Chapter 3:21, 6 Great Divine Sets. Chapter 3:21, 6 Great Divine Sets Regional System Announcement. The Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition has officially begun. All participants are encouraged to collect as many heroic spirit remnants as possible. The first 10 participants to collect 100 heroic spirit remnants will be able to enter the ancient river's heart. The top 20 participants will receive the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition. Regional System Announcement. Participants will be resurrected in their respective temple plazas in the event of death in the ancient river's secret land. Participants who died will not lose any experience points, but will drop half of their collected heroic spirit remnants. Regional System Announcement. If there are fewer than 10 contestants who have collected 100 heroic spirit remnants after 3 natural days, the top 10 participants will be forcibly teleported to the ancient river's heart, and the top 20 participants will be automatically awarded the qualifications to participate in the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition. The Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition realization dawned on Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao when they saw the system announcements. At the same time, they experienced unprecedented pressure. Some corporations and conglomerates would occasionally host invitational competitions in God's domain to recruit geniuses and powerhouses or to help them with some matters. Meanwhile, an invitational competition hosted by the Galaxy Conglomerate was one that any player operating in the Starlight Realm would find too tempting to refuse. So, the fact that the rookie competition's top 20 rewards included the qualifications to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the top 100 participants, thereby increasing the difficulty of getting into the rookie competition's top 20. Not to mention, their goal was to get into the top 10. To make matters worse, their party's starting location was right next to 3 Paragon-led parties. This was horrendous luck. Currently, Shifeng's name had already spread across the entire ancient river secret land because of his victory against Unforgettable Leaf. Everyone also knew Markless Blade was looking to challenge Shifeng to a duel. These were more than enough to prove Shifeng's strength. So, if other parties were to come across their party of 3 in the official phase of the rookie competition, they would definitely prioritize killing Shifeng, reducing the competition they needed to face in trying to get into the top 20. After all, not only was Shifeng a powerful expert, but he was also an expert without any background in the greater God's domain. They could kill him without worrying about any potential repercussions. However, despite receiving the scrutiny of the 3 surrounding parties, Shifeng behaved as if he did not notice their gazes, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the system announcements. This is interesting. The Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition was a major opportunity in the Starlight Realm. If he remembered correctly, the Galaxy Conglomerate was inviting so many Tier 4 experts because Eternity, one of the 6 great divine sets of legends, had appeared in the greater God's domain. A divine set referred to a divine artifact ranked set equipment in God's domain. Naturally, a divine set's value was much greater than individual divine artifacts. Meanwhile, among the divine sets that existed in the greater God's domain were the 6 great divine sets. Every one of these 6 sets came with countless legends. According to rumors, should a player manage to gather a complete set, they would become invincible in the greater God's domain. To Shifeng, though, this wasn't a rumor since he had personally seen a divine set in action. Of course, the divine set he saw back then wasn't one of the 6 great divine sets, but a normal divine set instead. It was also the only divine set owned by the Apex Power Demon's Gate. Even though it was only a normal divine set, it was enough to deter other Apex powers from casually provoking Demon's Gate. This divine set was also the main reason Shifeng had a headache dealing with Demon's Gate. Anyway, The galaxy conglomerate had happened across a clue leading to the Eternity set, one of the 6 great divine sets, during his previous life. Back then, the conglomerate had invited many Tier 4 paragons from all over the Starlight Realm. It had even gone as far as to invite the Tier 4 monsters of other realms to ensure the success of its operation. However, for some reason outside of Shifeng's knowledge, the galaxy conglomerate's operation failed. Moreover, it was a catastrophic failure that resulted in severe losses for all participants. Out of the various consequences the participants suffered, the loss of their accounts was the mildest of penalties. Some participants even suffered severe damage to their minds, resulting in their mental strength plummeting. These participants had also never managed to recover fully, resulting in their permanent separation from God's domain's apex. This incident had shaken the entire greater God's domain, and everybody knew about it back then. Shifeng never thought that he would actually make it in time for this event in this life. During his previous life, he had only heard about the event from others. Moreover, he had only heard about it after the galaxy conglomerate's operation had failed spectacularly. As for the Eternity set itself, the original owner of the set had used it to heavily damage the ancient abyssal god. It was something Shifeng didn't even dare to dream of owning during his previous life. So, he never thought he would get such an opportunity in this life. However, Shifeng quickly calmed his agitated heart and turned his gaze to the peak of the mountain, which was also the location of the ancient river's heart. He could feel one of the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments there. Although he didn't know which fragment resided there, it didn't matter. So long as he could get his hands on one and recover a portion of the 7 luminaries' codex's power, he would have enough power to stand at the apex of the greater God's domain. The codex could even offer him significant help in acquiring the Eternity set. Brother Blackflame, I get the feeling that these 3 parties hold significant hostility toward us. Moreover, it feels like they are looking to attack us together. Should we retreat for now? Midsummer whispered to Shifeng. While it was logical for participants in the official competition to prioritize killing the strongest competitors, the 3 parties around them behaved as if they had discussed targeting their party of 3 beforehand. As soon as the magic barriers had disappeared, the 3 parties swiftly moved to block 3 of the safest paths leading out of the starting point. Although there were several other paths that could be taken, these paths had at least 10 level 140 Tier 4 heroic spirits patrolling them, so they were essentially impassable. If these 3 parties hadn't discussed working together beforehand, there was no way they could have moved so neatly and perfectly. Your hunch isn't wrong. They are indeed planning to target us together, Shifeng said as he looked at the 3 parties with a faint smile. Or, more specifically, they're trying to keep us from leaving. Keep us from leaving? Midsummer couldn't help but look at the 3 parties in surprise and confusion. What exactly did their party do to warrant 3 Paragon-led parties of other nations to target them together? Not even the myriad forest empires, first Paragon, would receive such a treatment. While Midsummer was feeling confused over the situation, Marshal Quad Beast looked at Shifeng's party and said, "By the request of Heavenly Boa's Markless Blade, I will have to ask you 3 to wait here for some time. This Markless Blade fellow must hold a lot of influence if he can get your 3 parties to sell him a favor," Shifeng exclaimed, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the leaders of the 3 parties. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's Marshal Quad Beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess. These were all famous individuals in the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Even when the guild leaders of hegemonic powers tried to hire them as helpers, these 3 turned down the offers they received without hesitation. Yet, now, they had agreed to take on Markless Blade's commission. This was truly surprising. Young man, you have only arrived in the greater God's domain recently, so there are still many things you do not understand. Martial Quad Beast, the oldest out of the three party's leaders, said, "You might be confident in your strength, but you have offended someone you should not offend. So, you will have to pay the price now." "What if I insist on leaving?" Shi Feng asked as he calmly looked at Martial Quad Beast. However, as soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a sloppy-looking man with an astonishingly powerful aura suddenly jumped down from a nearby cliff and landed directly in front of Shi Feng's party of three. "I'm afraid that's not up to you to decide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 322, Sacred Armament. Chapter 322, Sacred Armament. As soon as the sloppy man jumped down from the cliff, everyone present couldn't help but turn to look at him. The sloppy man in question looked like he was in his mid-30s. He wore a dark gray chest plate that had magic runes engraved on it. His long hair was left scattered, making him look like a savage. Yet, despite his messy appearance, nobody present could ignore him because of his domineering words and, more importantly, aura that rivaled that of Tier 5 legendary monsters. Meanwhile, this sloppy man was none other than Markless Blade, one of the Heavenly Boa Guild's 7 great paragons. How did he arrive so quickly? Midsummer, and Wuxiaxio grew shocked and worried when they saw Markless Blade. The ancient river's secret land's central zone might only be limited to the peak of the central mountain, but the zone was by no means small. It could easily allow 1,000 players to roam freely without meeting one another. Normally, 100 players split into several dozen parties would have a very low chance of coming across one another in such a vast area. Yet, even though only a few dozen seconds had passed since the official competition began, Markless Blade had already reached them. While it was obvious he had learned of their party of three's starting location through his connections, the fact that he managed to reach them from his starting location so quickly was simply astonishing. Now, because of this situation, their party would have to fight against Markless Blade before they could even kill any Tier 4 heroic spirits. If they ended up getting killed by Markless Blade, they would have to say goodbye to getting into the top 20, let alone getting into the top 10 and entering the ancient river's heart. I can't believe Markless Blade managed to improve so much in the time we haven't met. A Tier 5 magic equipment truly is incredible. The Red Star Kingdom's glorious mantra said, a hint of dread appearing in his eyes after he scrutinized Markless Blade. I doubt my odds of winning against him reaches even 20% now. Rumors say that the Azura Sword Emperor is stronger than even Saint 9 and rivals the current Saint 3. I wonder how much strength he can get Markless Blade to use. The Iron Lion Kingdom's Martial Quad Beast wondered, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. It'd be great if he can get Markless Blade to use all of his strength. Although I feel a little sorry for the Azura Sword Emperor, for the sake of ranking in the top 20 and having a better chance against Markless Blade in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition afterward, I can only have him test Markless Blade's current standards, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess said, her lips curling into a faint smile. At the same time, her eyes scrutinized Markless Blade's every move, eager to see how strong the Berserker had become already. Meanwhile, this sudden development had also caused the number of players spectating Shi Feng's broadcast to skyrocket, going from 300,000 to 600,000 in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of spectators was still rapidly increasing as time passed, showing no signs of slowing down. Crap! What's going on? The official competition's first clash is going to be an apex battle? Markless Blade is incredible. He actually got glorious mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess to help him. With this, even getting into the top 5 won't be a problem for him. The players watching Shi Feng's broadcast grew ecstatic at the sudden development. It was especially so for the players currently in the top 1,000 of the Star Lake Legion's selection. They didn't think Markless Blade's influence would be so great that he could get 3 paragons to help him. Thus far, none of the myriad Forest Empire's paragons have shown such influence. While everyone had their attention focused on Markless Blade's gaze stayed on Sure Feng from start to end, never deviating in the slightest. Azura, Sword Emperor Black Flame, it seems I have underestimated you before, Markless Blade said, a flash of admiration appearing in his eyes after he was done scrutinizing Sure Feng. He could tell that Sure Feng's basic attributes were not at all inferior to his current basic attributes. No wonder you managed to defeat Unforgettable Leaf so easily. Both your physique and mana are at the Tier 5 standard. You can already be considered a pseudo-Tier 5 with such strength, and getting into the top 10 shouldn't be out of the question. You indeed have some qualifications to be arrogant. Qualifications to be arrogant. Sure Feng chuckled when he heard Markless Blade's evaluation of him. I'm afraid I am still no match for you in this regard. Few people can put on a Tier 5 magic equipment even at Tier 5, yet you've already fused with one. Aside from the lack of Tier 5 skills, you are already no different from a Tier 5 player. Moreover, I doubt that a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment is all that Heavenly Boa has given you, right? There were countless geniuses in the greater God's domain, but geniuses who could grow to great heights were monopolized by the various hegemonic powers. As for independent experts, their chances of achieving true greatness in God's domain did not reach 1%. As for why that was the case, it was because of the difference in weapons and equipment. Independent experts needed to rely on themselves to get weapons and equipment. However, experts belonging to the various hegemonic powers could rely on weapons and equipment accumulated by their predecessors. They could easily get their hands on fragmented legendary and legendary items without having to invest much time and effort or rely on luck. Because of this, the gap between the various hegemonic powers experts and independent experts would only grow bigger and bigger as time passed. Or, more specifically, how were independent experts supposed to even catch up to the various hegemonic powers experts if they couldn't even get weapons and equipment of passing quality? You are correct. This piece of Tier 5 magic equipment isn't my only trump card. Markless Blade said, a long saber appearing in his hand before anyone realized it. The saber in Markless Blade's hand was as long as he was tall. The blade of the weapon was made of unknown crimson metal. As soon as Markless Blade equipped it, the intensity of his aura increased significantly, and it felt as if he had become a completely different person. At this moment, every one of his movements could cause the space around him to tremble and destabilize. That is, the God Annihilator, the myriad Forest Empire's 53rd sacred armament. Are you kidding me? Heavenly Boa actually gave him the God Annihilator. It seems competing with him is going to be impossible. Glorious mantras, martial quad beasts, and silent Saintus's eyes widened when they saw the long saber in Markless Blade's hand. All kingdoms and empires in the greater God's domain had their own sacred armament list. These lists were used to record the strongest weapons within their respective borders. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was a terrifying saber recorded in the myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list. It should be known that the various kingdoms and empires in the greater God's domain possessed many fragmented legendary weapons and legendary weapons. These were all accumulated over many years. So, for a fragmented legendary weapon to be capable of ranking 53rd in the myriad Forest Empire's sacred armament list, it was bound to have some aspects that allowed it to surpass legendary weapons. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator was indeed superior to legendary weapons in certain aspects. Even though it was only a fragmented legendary weapon, it could exhibit power rivaling legendary weapons. One slash from it was enough to reap the life out of a player's soul. More importantly, the God Annihilator had a passive skill that prevented players from blocking its attacks with a shield. This made it an excellent weapon to harvest players. With the combination of Tier 5 magic equipment and the Myriad Forest Empire's 53rd Sacred Armament, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Markless Blade was invincible among Tier 4 players. Unforgettable Leaf had previously used the Void Walk I taught him against you. I wonder if you can defend against my Void Walk. After saying so, Markless Blade vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, an imperceptibly thin tear in space rapidly extended from his original location to Sure Foam. Although the spatial tear was incredibly thin, it had an incredible height that extended from the ground all the way into the sky, and it shattered everything in its path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Sword and Saber. Chapter 323, Sword and Saber. When the world-dividing spatial tear rapidly extended toward Sure Foam, whether it was the three other parties nearby or the spectating players outside, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The space within the ancient river's secret land was incredibly stable. It was especially so for the Central Zone space. The space was so stable here that Tier 3 players would find themselves immobilized completely because of the space's stability. Destructive attacks that could normally create spatial tears measuring several hundred meters in length couldn't even create a spatial tear over a dozen meters in the ancient river's secret land's Central Zone. Yet now, not only did Markless Blade exhibit phenomenal destructive power with his one attack, but he had also exhibited incredible mastery over the Void Walk technique. At this moment, let alone the three spectating paragons, even Sure Foam, the target of Markless Blade's attack, could not detect Markless Blade's presence in the slightest. It was as if the berserker had vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. As expected of the God Annihilator, its speed and power are already close to matching legendary weapons, Sure Foam thought, a smile forming on his face as he looked at the numerous spatial tiers extending toward him. These spatial tiers carried incredible power, and even one of them was enough to instantly kill the average Tier 4 player. But between my sword and your saber, I wonder which is stronger? Immediately, Sure Foam unsheathed the winter of eternal night and brandished it against the oncoming spatial tiers. Sword's transmigration. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks and explosions filled the battlefield as the winter of eternal night collided with the spatial tiers attacking Sure Foam from multiple directions. Over 100 exchanges had taken place in the blink of an eye, the shockwaves from the clashes causing the surrounding space to crack like tempered glass. The surrounding terrain was also deformed beyond recognition. From an outsider's perspective, the clash between the inconspicuous swordsman and sloppy berserker didn't look like a clash between players at all. Instead, it looked more like a brawl between two natural disasters. A moment later, Markless Blade suddenly reappeared in everyone's view. However, before anyone realized it, nearly half of his HP bar was missing. As for Sure Foam, he had also lost a little over 20% of his HP. At a glance, it was obvious who had the advantage in raw power. You blocked all of my Void Walk attacks. What about this move? Then, after saying so, Markless Blade abruptly slammed the God Annihilator into the ground, causing the ground to sink and creating a brilliant mana pillar that rapidly expanded out from him. Universal Destruction. This was an additional skill that came with the God Annihilator. It allowed the God Annihilator's wielder to exhibit their strength to the extreme, instantly increasing the effect of the wielder's strength by 5 times for one attack that could reduce a 100-yard radius into nothingness. You want to fight using brute force. Sure Foam took a deep breath as he looked at the rapidly expanding mana pillar. Then, he gripped the winter of eternal night with both hands and executed a downward slash. Demon God's Armament. Radiant Night. Subsequently, Shifeng's mana experienced a qualitative improvement, and matching divine runes appeared on his weapon and equipment one after another, the runes increasing the effects of his weapon and equipment by 100%. Immediately afterward, darkness bloomed from the winter of eternal night, devouring everything in its path. Boom! When light and darkness collided, the thick fog covering the sky thinned slightly, and a continuous explosion echoed throughout the mountaintop. Every player in the central zone felt the powerful explosion, and many couldn't help but look toward the source of this explosion. He didn't die? Markless Blade revealed a look of surprise when he saw that Shifeng had over 60% of his HP remaining. Universal Destruction was the strongest move that came with the God Annihilator. When paired with his Tier 5 magic equipment, he could send even Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level flying. If a Tier 5 metric tons tried to receive this move without any life-saving skills active, there was a real chance they could get killed from full HP. Yet, Shifeng, a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, had received this move without dying. His strength attribute could practically rival Tier 5 Berserkers. Markless Blade wasn't the only one surprised by this outcome. When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess saw that Shifeng remained alive and healthy, they couldn't help but gasp, their minds failing to understand how Shifeng had survived Markless Blade's attack. Isn't he only wearing dark gold, immortal equipment? How can he match Markless Blade's Tier 5 magic equipment and God Annihilator? Martial Quad Beast had trouble keeping his jaw from hanging when he saw that Shifeng had over half his HP remaining. Martial Quad Beast had fought Markless Blade when the latter had his Tier 5 magic equipment equipped in the past, so he knew that Markless Blade's strength had already reached an unbelievable level for a Tier 4 player. Even the superior mythic-ranked ancient bone dragon he had summoned using a Tier 4 curse was sent flying over a dozen yards when it ate a direct attack from Markless Blade. It should be known that the ancient bone dragon had strength rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters. A normal attack from it could shatter a basic city's defensive magic array in one hit. If a Tier 4 metric tons tried to block its attack without a life-saving skill, they would get killed in one hit. Yet, the ancient bone dragon was sent flying when it tried to block Markless Blade's attack. Now that Markless Blade had received the God Annihilator, a weapon known for its strength from Heavenly Boa, his strength had undoubtedly reached an even more frightening level. Against Markless Blade's Universal Destruction, Martial Quad Beast doubted he could survive the attack even if he activated a life-saving skill. Yet, Shifeng had blocked the attack without any life-saving skills and survived. It should be because of his sword. He only has a set of dark gold immortal equipment. It is logically impossible for him to match Markless Blade's basic attributes. The only explanation is that his sword offers a lot more strength than the God Annihilator. Glorious Mantra said as he looked at the black longsword Shifeng wielded. But God Annihilator's strength bonus is already extraordinary. Could his long sword be on par with the myriad Forest Empire's top 20 sacred armaments? The players spectating the battle from outside the competition venue also looked at Shifeng's Winter of Eternal Night with eyes full of curiosity and greed. Any weapon capable of entering the sacred armament list of any country in the greater god's domain would either be a legendary weapon or a fragmented legendary weapon that rivaled legendary weapons in certain aspects. Meanwhile, every one of these weapons was treated like a precious baby by the various hegemonic powers. Even the various hegemonic powers' executives would need permission from their respective grand elders before using these weapons. After all, weapons that had reached the level of sacred armaments could be of great help to even Tier 6 players. Rather than let Tier 4 and Tier 5 players use them, it'd be much more effective to let a Tier 6 powerhouse equip it. Only a pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic power like Heavenly Boa would be willing to let a Tier 4 paragon equip such a weapon. The average hegemonic power absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. After all, not only was this a waste of opportunity, but there was also a great risk of the weapon being snatched. Weapons at the sacred armament caliber could be sold for astronomical prices. They were so valuable that even Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts would be willing to disregard the rules set by the various powers. While everyone was talking about Shifeng's Winter of Eternal Night, Shifeng looked at his remaining HP before glancing at Markless Blade, who was getting ready to attack him again. Then, Shifeng released the Winter of Eternal Night, letting it merge with the void. Immediately afterward, 9 frost blades materialized around Markless Blade, gradually lingering around him like satellites. "I've seen your saber already. Now, it's time for you to see my sword." World of Frost. 9-fold swords orbit. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Tier 5. Chapter 324, Tier 5. Each of the 9 frost swords possessed 120% of Shifeng's strength. Under the enhancement of Demon God's armament and world creation, each frost sword could execute swords orbit flawlessly and create dozens of stars that carried power at the Tier 5 standard. When these stars intersected, they caused the space around them to tremble. The 9 frost swords attacked Markless Blade from multiple directions simultaneously, forming a tight network of hundreds of stars. There was no room whatsoever for Markless Blade to carry out evasive maneuvers. When high-tiered players in God's domain wished to quickly decide on the outcome of a duel, there were generally only 2 methods they could employ. The first method was to defeat the opponent with overwhelming power. So long as one had an absolute advantage in strength, one's opponent would be incapable of defending against one's attacks. It was a crude yet effective method. It was also the method high-tiered players used most often when dealing with lower-tiered players. The second method was to launch attacks at extraordinary speeds. If one could overwhelm the reaction speed of one's opponent with enough attacks, even if each attack wasn't exceptionally strong, so long as the attacks could do some damage, one could quickly end the duel. The Winter of Eternal Night was never a longsword focused on raw power. Instead, its strong suit was attacking at high frequencies. In his current state, Shifeng could execute several hundred attacks simultaneously. This was already well beyond the number of attacks a Tier 4 player could react to simultaneously. Meanwhile, as soon as Shifeng executed his 9-fold sword's orbit, Markless Blade immediately felt the threat of death looming over him. He could sense that if he allowed around a dozen of these stars to hit him, even with the Tier 5 magic equipment protecting him, he would die nonetheless. Markless Blade was honestly shocked by this development. He never thought Shifeng could control 9 individual weapons to such a masterful degree. It was common for players to control multiple weapons summoned via skills or spells in God's domain. However, doing so would usually reduce the amount of control they could exert over each weapon. To manipulate multiple weapons normally was an incredibly challenging feat, and the difficulty would increase exponentially with each additional weapon. Normally, a Tier 4 magical class player could easily launch over 100 magic projectiles. However, while launching so many attacks might make for a spectacular sight, the player would only have full control over 3 or 4 of these projectiles. As for the other projectiles, the player could only have them move in a simple trajectory. As a result, these other projectiles were very predictable and could be easily dodged. However, it was a different story for Shifeng's frost swords. All 9 frost swords moved as if Shifeng was wielding them in person. When targeted by the 9 frost swords, Markless Blade felt as if he was being attacked by 9 Shifengs simultaneously. Rampaging Blade. At this moment, Markless Blade finally stopped holding back. After letting out a loud roar, he instantly split into 4 copies of himself and executed a peerless slash, shattering the space before him and sending countless spatial fragments flying in multiple specific directions. Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus were deeply shocked when they saw this scene. For Tier 4 titled experts like themselves, shattering space wasn't a difficult feat, however. Shattering space and having the resulting spatial fragments group up and move in groups like several dozen weapons was something they couldn't do. This feat required an unbelievable amount of control over one's strength and the void. Subsequently, the weapons made of spatial fragments collided with the stars in the air, every collision stirring up a powerful spatial storm. Over 100 collisions took place in the blink of an eye, the resulting explosions and shockwaves making it feel as if over a dozen great wizards were bombarding each other with spells in midair. At this moment, if any Tier 4 player were to jump into the air without taking any defensive measures, they would instantly be bombarded into smithereens. Even Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus had trouble keeping up with the flurry of exchanges taking place in midair. They would die without question if they were to abruptly join this fight without any life-saving skills active. After several hundred explosions erupted in midair, the sky had already transformed into a pitch-black void. However, at this time, Markless Blade could no longer keep up with the 9 Frost Swords' attacks. Immediately, the several hundred stars created by the 9 Frost Swords bypassed Markless Blade's spatial fragments and threatened to attack Markless Blade directly. Markless Blade remained unfazed even in the face of the approaching stars. After letting out a shout, he willed his 3 doppelgangers to gather around him with their sabers held in a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, magic runes appeared on the doppelgangers' bodies, the runes forming a translucent mana barrier around them. When Shi Feng saw a defensive barrier suddenly forming around Markless Blade's 3 doppelgangers, he reacted instantly and switched his manipulation method on the spot. Suddenly, the dozen stars closest to reaching Markless Blade grouped up into pairs and merged, forming 6 stars of greater radiance. Then, these 6 stars bombarded Markless Blade's defensive barrier one after another. Boom! The defensive barrier mitigated the first 4 stars without fail. However, when the 5th star landed, the barrier shattered. Then, the 6th star landed on the doppelganger directly in front of Markless Blade, the impact sending the doppelganger and Markless Blade himself flying several dozen yards back. Eventually, Markless Blade and his doppelganger crash-landed on the ground, their impact shattering the ground and forming a large crater. Subsequently, the doppelganger disappeared, revealing Markless Blade's body. After receiving Shi Feng's attack, Markless Blade had lost another 1/3 of his HP, and there was a visible sword mark in his Tier 5 magic equipment. Crap! How is that even possible? Are those 2 really just Tier 4 players? The players spectating the broadcast of the fight were dumbfounded. Even though the 2 fighters were a swordsman and a berserker, the exchange between the 2 felt like an exchange between a dozen great wizards. Moreover, even though Shi Feng's and Markless Blade's attack rates were already beyond the reaction speed of Tier 4 players, the 2 of them could not only keep up with each other's attacks, but they could also alter their attack methods halfway through their attacks. Markless Blade failed to keep up. When Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus saw that Markless Blade had lost a lot of HP, their expressions changed, and they could no longer remain calm like before. If the 3 of them were standing in Shi Feng's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to react to Markless Blade's sudden transition into a defensive stance. Yet, Shi Feng had not only reacted to the sudden transition, but he had even merged his attacks on the spot to further strengthen them. His reaction speed was simply monstrous. This Black Flame guy is amazing. He took away 1/3 of Vice Commander Markless' HP in one move. How absurd is his reaction speed? Don't tell me Vice Commander Markless is going to lose. Star Lake City's spectating players never thought that the mighty Markless blade would be put at a disadvantage in a fight against a player with little to no fame in the greater god's domain. Moreover, Markless blade lost 1/3 of his HP to Shurfeng in one move. No matter how they looked at it, Markless blade's defeat was inevitable. However, just when everyone thought Markless blade was slated for defeat, Markless blade suddenly patted the sword mark on his chest plate and revealed an excited smile. Immediately afterward, his aura skyrocketed in intensity yet again, causing Martial Quad Beast and the other spectating players nearby to take a step back in shock and fear. Wonderful! This is truly wonderful. Markless blade suddenly laughed, the combination of his ruffled hair and cackling making him look even more like a savage. Then he looked at Shurfeng ecstatically and said, "I really want to thank you. If you didn't make me feel the threat of death, my concentration would have remained stuck at the limit of Tier 4 until I got promoted. I also wouldn't be able to fully exhibit my Tier 5 magic equipment's strength at Tier 4, as I can now." When the players rooting for Markless blade heard the man's words, they couldn't help but grow excited. Tier 5 magic equipment. If a Tier 4 player could fully exhibit a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment strength, this player would be able to reach the Tier 5 standard directly. At that point, not only would they have Tier 5 basic attributes and physique, but they would also have access to the Tier 5 magic equipment's Tier 5 additional skills. With this sudden development, there was a very real possibility that Markless blade could compete for first place in the rookie competition. Black Flame, I admit your attack frequency is incredible. If I am only at the Tier 4 standard, I definitely wouldn't be your match, Markless blade said, smiling as he looked at Shurfeng. But it's over now. I'll let you know what a true difference in strength is. After saying so, Markless blade brandished his saber, sending several hundred spatial blades flying at Shurfeng. Markless blade's spatial blades outnumbered even the stars formed by Shurfeng's ninefold sword's orbit by over 100. Moreover, the strength these spatial blades carried was superior to that of Shurfeng's stars. However, Shurfeng did not look surprised even when he went up against these several hundred spatial blades. Instead, he calmly said, "Do you really think you can beat me just because you've reached Tier 5? As soon as Shurfeng finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance suddenly burst from the winter of eternal night, and an indescribable power flowed into Shurfeng's body. God Slayer, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, You Too? Chapter 325, You Too? TL Notes, changing Ninefold Sword's orbit to Ninefold Sword's orbit. When Shurfeng activated Godslayer, the mana around him underwent a dramatic transformation and formed a mana pillar exceeding 500 meters. At the same time as the mana pillar appeared, the projection of the illusory world centered around Shurfeng became clearer. Originally, the illusory world was at 95% transparency. Now, its transparency had gone down to 80%. The area covered also increased from a 100-yard radius to a 300-yard radius, and the influence it had on the greater god's domain strengthened significantly. These abrupt changes shocked the players watching the broadcast. A mana pillar that's 500 meters tall, even if he has a 120% epic mana body, shouldn't the maximum height only be 100 meters? Don't tell me he has also reached Tier 5. That's not right. There are no changes to his aura, meaning his basic attributes and physique have not improved. If he reached the Tier 5 standard, there's no way his aura will remain the same. But if he's not at Tier 5, how is his mana pillar so tall? Shi Feng's mana pillar was like the midday sun, its appearance instantly increasing the brightness of the entire mountaintop. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this phenomenon. It was common knowledge that when a Tier 4 player developed their epic mana body to the legendary 120% completion rate, the mana pillar they could produce would reach up to 100 meters. A Tier 4 player's mana pillar, reaching 500 meters, was simply unheard of in God's domain. While the spectating crowd had fallen into shock and confusion, Shi Feng's 9 frost swords suddenly appeared next to him and moved to meet the several hundred oncoming spatial blades. Then, the 9 frost swords created a galaxy of stars. 9-fold swords orbit. The galaxy of stars stopped the several hundred blades dead in their tracks, preventing them from getting within 30 yards of Shi Feng. Compared to before, the defensive network Shi Feng formed with his 9-fold swords orbit had become significantly stronger. He blocked everything. What did he do? Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saint escaped in shock when they saw Shi Feng standing in midair intact. Markless Blade had already gained complete control over his Tier 5 magic equipment. Whether it was basic attributes, physique, or skills, he already had everything a Tier 5 player would have. Logically, Shi Feng should be utterly incapable of defending against Markless Blade's rampaging blade. After all, whether it was in terms of attack count or strength, Markless Blade's rampaging blade had already surpassed Shi Feng's 9-fold sword's orbit. Yet, now, Markless Blade had failed to even damage Shi Feng, let alone heavily injure or kill him. As for Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, they were similarly shocked when they saw this outcome. Brother Black Flame is amazing. He can even hold his ground against one of Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. With this, even Saint 3 won't have any leverage over Brother Black Flame. Midsummer exclaimed. Markless Blade was Heavenly Boa's 7 great paragons. Although he ranked near the bottom of the 7, he was still a paragon rivaling Saint 3. Not to mention, now that Markless Blade could exhibit 100% of his Tier 5 magic equipment strength, he could even compete for the rookie competition's #1 position. As for Markless Blade, who had just gained full control over his Tier 5 magic equipment, he, too, was shocked by this outcome. Have you also reached Tier 5? Markless Blade asked, his mind full of doubts and confusion about the strength and reaction speed Shi Feng had just displayed. Setting aside Shi Feng's strength, just the fact that Shi Feng could keep up with his Tier 5 attack frequency was already plenty unbelievable. The biggest factor that separated Tier 4 and Tier 5 players in God's domain was reaction speed. This difference led to a situation where even if a Tier 4 player had similar basic attributes as a Tier 5 player, the former still wouldn't be a match for the latter. Meanwhile, after Markless Blade gained full control of his Tier 5 magic equipment, his reaction speed had already entered the Tier 5 threshold. So, a Tier 4 expert should be helpless against his maximum attack frequency. Yet, Shi Feng had blocked all of his attacks. Aside from Shi Feng having a legendary weapon, the only other explanation Markless Blade could think of for this situation was that Shi Feng had similarly crossed into the Tier 5 threshold as he did. Legendary weapons were incredibly precious even to the various hegemonic powers. Not even the Tier 6 powerhouses of hegemonic powers would necessarily be assigned one, let alone someone with no background like Shi Feng. Do you think I have to be Tier 5 to block your attacks? Shi Feng responded nonchalantly. The superiority of Tier 5 players over Tier 4 players lies in reaction speed. Although Godslayer did not provide any bonuses to his basic attributes and physique, it drastically improved the strength of his mana and concentration standard. Before becoming a special life form, Shi Feng could already gain Tier 5 mana and Tier 5 concentration, qualifying to fight a Tier 5 Demon King. Now that Shi Feng had become a special life form, Under the effects of Godslayer, his mana and concentration had reached a completely new level. He was far superior to Markless Blade, who had only reached the entry level of Tier 5 in these two aspects. Not to mention, Shifeng's strength and mana also improved his world creation, which further weakened all enemy attacks within its range and boosted the power of his attacks. As for his concentration, which now reached the intermediate rank Tier 4 standard, it allowed him to manipulate his 9 frost swords with greater ease. This meant he could increase his performance with the frost swords. Moreover, Sword's Orbit was inherently a defensive combat technique. Offense was never its strong suit, so it would naturally show better performance when he switched from using it offensively to defensively. Meanwhile, all these factors added together made it so that Markless Blade's spatial blades were not a threat to Shifeng. However, Godslayer only had a 30-second duration. Shifeng couldn't afford to let the battle drag on for too long. So, as soon as he finished speaking, he raised the Winter of Eternal Night in his hand and willed for 2 frost swords to follow suit. Immediately afterward, the 3 weapons devoured all mana within a 300-yard radius, causing the space of the affected area to freeze. Even though Markless Blade was equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, the lack of mana in the area still caused him to feel a little uncomfortable and his movements to become sluggish. Before Markless Blade could adapt to this sudden change, the Winter of Eternal Night in Shifeng's hands and the 2 frost swords hovering next to him executed a downward slash that carried a hair-raising amount of power. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. 3 slashes fell toward Markless Blade simultaneously. From Markless Blade's perspective, it looked as if darkness was descending toward him, the descent of the darkness so quick that he couldn't evade it in time with his heavy body. All 3 of Shifeng's slashes carried power far greater than any of Shifeng's previous attacks. When Markless Blade saw the 3 slashes, he immediately understood that not even Tier 5 players should try to block them. He wouldn't even be surprised if just one of these slashes was enough to heavily injure a Tier 5 legendary monster. Tier 5 additional active skill, Mana Overflow. Tier 5 additional active skill, Eradicating Light. Markless Blade decided to use everything he had to defend against the 3 slashes. Immediately, he used his Tier 5 magic equipment's additional skills Mana Overflow and Eradicating Light. Mana Overflow doubled his mana volume and increased the effects of his skills and spells by 100%, whereas Eradicating Light enhanced one of his attacks with the mana destruction effect, and increased the attack's strength by 200% and agility by 100%. Subsequently, Markless Blade's God Annihilator received the oncoming slashes one after another, each collision creating explosions that shook a radius of 1,000 yards. The land within the affected radius cracked and exploded, sending dust and dirt flying everywhere. After the first collision, Markless Blade's hands trembled. After the second collision, Markless Blade's posture broke, and he was forced to take 2 steps backward. His HP also fell by over 1/3 of its maximum. After the third collision, Markless Blade was sent flying 100 yards away, his body heavily injured and blood flowing out of the corner of his eyes. His HP also plummeted and hit 0 in the blink of an eye. Then, his large body fell powerlessly to the ground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3:26, Invincible Among Tier 4. Chapter 3:26, Invincible Among Tier 4 Silence. Whether it was the participants present or spectating players watching the live broadcast, everyone went silent when they saw Markless Blade's corpse gradually disintegrating and disappearing. After a short silence, though, the players watching the live broadcast exploded into activity. Markless Blade got defeated just like that. Markless Blade can already exhibit 100% of his Tier 5 magic equipment's effects, Yet he still couldn't endure those 3 slashes. This black flame is a monster. If even Markless Blade lost to him, I think Black Flame has a good chance at competing for the top 3 spots. No wonder he dared to kill Unforgettable Leaf. I didn't think Markless Blade would be the first of the top 10 seeded players to get eliminated. This is truly a surprise. The Myriad Forest Empires players were even touting how at least half of the top 10 spots would belong to people from their empire. They must be looking dying from embarrassment right now. Ha ha ha. 3 slashes to fell Markless Blade. With this, our kingdom is going to see the rise of another paragon. The Azura Sword Emperor, is it? Although it had been a long time since Markless Blade last made a public appearance, he was undoubtedly a paragon-level individual in the hearts of the ancient river kingdoms and Myriad Forest Empires players. Moreover, he was a paragon capable of ranking within the top 10 of the Myriad Forest Empire's younger generation paragons. Yet now, Markless Blade had lost to Surefoam. This was a shocking outcome, especially for the ancient River Kingdoms players. They were all excited by this outcome. Subsequently, the name of the Azura Sword Emperor quickly spread, causing even more players to spectate Shurfeng's fight through the 7 Luminaries Alliance's broadcast. The various kingdoms and empires often butt heads in the greater god's domain. It was especially so when a neutral resource node was involved. These fights usually required the paragons of the involved nation to take to the battlefield. Meanwhile, the more experts a country had, the greater the advantage it would have in battle. This was why the ruling powers of the various kingdoms and empires tended to curry favor with the various Tier 4 and Tier 5 paragons. These Tier 4 and Tier 5 paragons might not be a match for Tier 6 players in terms of actual combat power, but the value they could exhibit wouldn't be inferior to Tier 6 players in the slightest. The ancient River Kingdom had already been in a weak state for a long time. So, it was definitely a great joy for the kingdom for a new paragon to appear in its territory. Because of this unexpected development, the number of people spectating the broadcast of Shurfeng's battle had also gone up from 400,000 to over 1 million. Moreover, this number was still rapidly increasing as time passed, the broadcast's viewership quickly catching up to the broadcast of famous Tier 6 experts. While the spectating players were holding their respective discussions, the members of Glorious Mantra's martial quad beasts and Silent Saintus's parties revealed very ugly expressions. In addition to fear, their faces also expressed a hint of anger. They had a joint deal with Markless Blade. It was why they had helped Markless Blade in the first place. Now that Markless Blade had died, their deal with Markless Blade to enter the top 20 together naturally became worthless. This meant that getting into the top 20 would become a big problem now. The Galaxy conglomerate would rarely hold invitational competitions, the last one being several decades ago. If they wished to avoid the challenge of getting into the official phase of the invitational competition, the best way would be to get into the top 20 of the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. If they couldn't enter the rookie competition's top 20, they'd have to face intense competition between countless experts originating from the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, at that time, the experts they needed to face wouldn't be limited to those from the younger generation. Many older generation experts would also be competing. After all, the Galaxy conglomerate had set the age limit for its invitational competition, this time at 35. This meant paragons like Markless Blade, who were close to reaching the age limit, would join as well. For the sake of giving the younger generation a chance, most hegemonic powers had refrained from sending their veteran paragons to participate in the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition this time. According to the information they received, there were still over 50 older generation paragons in the rookie competition. Indeed, over 50 veteran paragons were in the rookie competition. These veteran paragons had already lingered at Tier 4 for a long time. They were vastly superior to the younger generation paragons when it came to the development of their mana bodies, the weapons and equipment they possessed, and the skills, spells, mana techniques, and combat techniques they had mastered. Because of the presence of these veteran paragons, it was no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of getting into the rookie competition's top 20 this time was much greater than getting into the top 10 of the Myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses. However, before the three parties could think about how they should compete for the top 20, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess suddenly felt Shurfeng's gaze on them. This instantly put a lot of pressure on them. Black Flame, we won't stop you anymore now that you've defeated Markless Blade. Why don't we each go on our separate ways? Martial Quad Beast, the oldest of the three paragons, took the initiative to suggest, "This will be good for all of us. I'm sure you don't want to miss out on the Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competition, right?" The Galaxy Conglomerates Invitational Competitions come only once every several decades. You might have defeated Markless Blade, but I doubt you are currently in good shape. If we fight, we will only be benefiting the other parties. So why bother? Glorious Mantra chimed in. Shurfeng might have killed Markless Blade, but anyone could tell that his complexion looked a lot paler than before. It was obvious that Shurfeng's victory over Markless Blade wasn't as easy as it seemed. So it definitely wouldn't be wise for Shurfeng to fight the three of them now. The three of them definitely weren't a match for Markless Blade in a 1-versus-1 situation. However, if the three of them worked together, even Markless Blade would have to flee. Although Shurfeng was stronger than Markless Blade, they were confident they could win against Shurfeng in his currently exhausted state. When midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao heard Martial Quad Beast's and Glorious Mantra's words, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. If the three parties were to work together to attack Shurfeng, it would definitely be disastrous for Shurfeng now that he had already revealed all of his cards. Fortunately, the 3 slashes Shurfeng had used to kill Markless Blade were enough to deter the three parties from escalating the situation. Go on our separate ways. Shurfeng looked at the three paragons for a moment. Then he swung his sword and sent 3 slashes flying at them, saying, "Who do you think you are?" When the three paragons saw the 3 holy annihilations rapidly approaching them, they mentally cursed at Shurfeng before using their respective trump cards, none of them daring to hold back. Immediately, Martial Quad Beast summoned a Tier 4 mythic-ranked Titan behemoth to defend him. Glorious Mantra waved his staff and transformed into a cloud of dark fog, and Silent Saintess formed over 20 magic barriers before her. Boom! After the 3 pitch-black sword lights hit their mark, apart from Martial Quad Beast, who had nearly half of his HP remaining, Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintess had hardly any HP remaining. On top of that, the 3 paragons were alone now as all of their party members were devoured by the pitch-black sword lights. This scene dumbfounded the players spectating the battle's broadcast. How is this possible? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3253, Chapter 327, Kingdom Shocked. Chapter 3253, Chapter 327, Kingdom Shocked the Red Star Kingdom's Glorious Mantra, the Iron Lion Kingdom's Martial Quad Beast, the Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess were all paragons of the older generation. However, before they withdrew from the younger generation, they ranked among the top 10 of their respective countries' young paragons. Even back then, the 3 of them possessed strength rivaling the 10 great paragons of the current ancient River Kingdom. It also went without saying that they were currently a lot stronger than they were before. While they might not be a match for Markless Blade, they were all potential contenders for the current rookie competition's top 20. Yet, Now, Shifeng had essentially put all three of these veteran paragons on death's door using only 3 attacks. Moreover, he had even eradicated the 3 paragons' party members using the same 3 attacks. This development raised everyone's shock to a whole new level. In fact, this outcome was multiple times more shocking than when Shifeng killed Markless Blade in 3 attacks. Madness! This is madness. Black Flame is suppressing 3 veteran paragons, all by himself. Could those 3 have regressed in strength? Impossible. The Titan behemoth, Martial Quad Beast summoned, has defensive rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters. A legendary monster's full-powered attack isn't even enough to kill the Titan behemoth in 1 hit, let alone reach Martial Quad Beast, and take half of his HP away. It's not just Martial Quad Beast. Some time ago, Silent Saintus's 24-layer defensive barrier kept her safe from a Tier 5 expert trying to assassinate her for over a dozen seconds. There's no way any of them has regressed in strength. The Darkness Transformation Glorious Mantra used just now is a Tier 4 super spell. When that spell is active, even legendary monsters will have difficulty damaging him. If that really is the case, isn't Black Flame a little too strong? We are talking about 3 paragons capable of ranking among the kingdom's 10 great paragons. Even Markless Blade will probably fall if he has to go up against all 3 of them simultaneously. The players spectating the broadcast engaged in a heated discussion when they saw the 3 veteran paragons getting heavily damaged. Some people have even analyzed exactly how powerful the skills and spells the 3 veteran paragons had used, and everyone realized just how frightening Shifeng's strength was. Back on the battlefield, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus looked at Shifeng with shock and fear in their eyes. A saint-ranked mana technique. He's actually able to perfectly execute a saint-level mana technique. After experiencing Shifeng's attack, the trio instinctively thought of saint-ranked mana techniques. Previously, the 3 of them had been standing quite far away when Shifeng had killed Markless Blade with his 3 slashes, so they didn't realize exactly what kind of attack Shifeng had used to kill Markless Blade. However, after experiencing the same attack, they understood why Markless Blade was killed by those 3 slashes. Saint-ranked mana techniques were incredibly rare, even in the greater god's domain. Many ordinary hegemonic powers didn't even have one in their possession. The difficulty of learning saint-ranked mana techniques was also incredibly high. However, so long as a player could achieve perfect mastery over a saint-ranked mana technique, they could exhibit strength rivaling gold combat techniques when used at Tier 6. Currently, although Shifeng wasn't a Tier 6 player, he already had the standards of a Tier 5 player. The power he could exhibit with a perfected saint-ranked mana technique would be very close to a gold combat technique. So, even if Markless Blade was equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment, it wasn't a shame for him to lose to Shifeng. In fact, his defeat was inevitable. This was because any player who had mastered a gold combat technique could transcend tiers even without the help of a legendary weapon. They were existences who could stand at the greater god's domain's apex. Without a legendary weapon or equipment of his own, how was Markless Blade supposed to stand up against Shifeng? Retreat. It's impossible for the 3 of us to beat him, Martial Quad Beast said as he looked at Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintus. Immediately afterward, he took out a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll, used it, and reappeared at a location several thousand yards away. He dared not stay near Shifeng for even a moment longer. As for Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintus, they had similarly used their precious tools and vanished from Shifeng's sight. They're gone, just like that. Midsummer was momentarily stunned when she saw the 3 veteran paragons disappearing. She couldn't believe that these usually lofty individuals would run away without even trying to put up a fight. As for the players spectating the broadcast, they gaped in shock at this scene. These were 310 great Paragon-level individuals they were talking about. Yet, these 3 veteran Paragons had fled without trying to resist, even in the slightest. This situation had never happened in the ancient River Kingdom or the neighboring kingdoms. It should be known that Martial Quad Beast and the others had only passively defended themselves before. They had never truly worked together to attack Shurfong. If they joined forces, they could absolutely exhibit incredible combat power. Yet, the 3 veteran Paragons had fled in a panic after receiving only 1 slash each from Shurfong. Shurfong, though, wasn't surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, he felt that the 3 veteran Paragons' reaction was only a matter of course. One would have difficulty perceiving Holy Annihilation's power without experiencing it directly. Meanwhile, Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus were all Paragons with a fountain of combat experience. So, after experiencing Holy Annihilation, it wouldn't be difficult for them to recognize it as a Saint-ranked mana technique. It was true that, unlike gold combat techniques, Saint-ranked mana techniques couldn't show their full potential at lower tiers. Even so, any Tier 4 or Tier 5 player who had managed to fully master a Saint-ranked mana technique would still be invincible among players of the same tier. Combining this with the fact that the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition provided a significantly easier way to participate in the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition, it was only natural that Martial Quad Beast and the others refused to die so early into the rookie competition's official phase. Subsequently, news of Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintus getting scared away quickly spread like wildfire. When the Ancient River Kingdom's various powers learned about this outcome, they promptly recorded him in the list of Paragons who were based in the kingdom. At the same time, they began frantically looking into Shurfeng's identity and all other information related to him. Not only did Shurfong defeat Markless Blade, but he also frightened 3 top-tier Paragons into running away. It had already been several decades since any Paragon in the Ancient River Kingdom had accomplished such a feat. Even Saint 3, a Paragon the Twin Saints Alliance touted to be a once-in-a-century genius, did not have such a dazzling achievement. If they could win over such a Paragon, it would be of great help to their development in the future. At the same time, in the Ancient River Secret Land's Central Zone, a 2-man party finally defeated a wandering Tier 4 heroic spirit after fighting continuously for nearly half an hour. Then, this 2-man party began to move as covertly as possible around the Central Zone, afraid of getting ambushed by other parties. Damn it! Why are there so many veteran Paragons in the rookie competition this time? Lightning Chaser cursed under his breath, his face colored with anger as he looked at a 3-man party walking away from his hiding spot. Every party we've met thus far has at least 2 or 3 Paragons. How are we supposed to even kill any heroic spirits with those people wandering around? It can't be helped. The Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition is a rare event that only occurs once every several decades. Nobody will want to miss such a big opportunity, Desolate Fury said, sighing. Among the remaining parties, I'm afraid we are the weakest. Now, all we can do is move around covertly and figure out a way to kill as many heroic spirits as possible. We'll only be asking to get eliminated if we make any bold moves. The weakest? When Lightning Chaser recalled how Shurfong had become famous throughout the Ancient River Kingdom, he couldn't help but envy Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. Now, that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had Shurfong protecting them. The Central Zone was no different from their backyard. Even parties with 3 or 4 Paragons would have to make way when they come across Shurfeng's party. It's pointless to start regretting now, Desolate Fury said. When he saw the flash of envy appearing in Lightning Chaser's eyes, he could more or less guess what was going through the other party's mind. If you hadn't deliberately antagonized Black Flame, we might have been able to partner with him in the Central Zone. But now, don't even think about it. So what if he's strong? With Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao holding him back, he won't necessarily make it into the top 20, Lightning Chaser said, curling his lips. Moreover, now that he's offended Heavenly Boa, there's no way Heavenly Boa will let him off easily. Perhaps. Desolate Fury did not refute Lightning Chaser's words. Instead, he bitterly smiled and said, "But according to the latest information the Alliance sent me, the names of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons have already been changed, and coming in first is Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 328, First Paragon. Chapter 328, First Paragon. First, Lightning Chaser forgot to breathe when he heard Desolate Fury's words. Impossible. The ancient river kingdom might have been in a weak state for many years already, but those capable of ranking among the top 10 of the kingdom's younger generation paragons were all extraordinary individuals. Even a peerless genius like Desolate Fury would be swiftly killed if he tried to fight any of the ancient river kingdom's 10 great paragons in a one-on-one duel. More importantly, it had already been a long time since the ancient river kingdom had officially crowned the title of First Paragon to anyone. Even a paragon as powerful as Saint 3 was only known as one of the ancient river kingdom's top 3 paragons. A specific ranking for the top 3 paragons did not exist in the ancient river kingdom. Yet now, Shifeng was given the title of First Paragon after only one battle. No matter how Lightning Chaser looked at it, this news must be a joke. It should be known that when a kingdom decided to crown a player as its first paragon, it meant that this player possessed the highest combat power out of all Tier 4 players operating within the kingdom. This player would become an expert that even the kingdom's various hegemonic powers would have to treat respectfully. During kingdom wars, this player would also wield considerable authority and the right to select participants for the war. It was no exaggeration to say that a kingdom's first paragon was an important individual who could decide the direction of the kingdom's development. Although Shifeng had indeed slain Markless Blade and repelled 3 veteran paragons, his achievements should only be enough to get him recognized as one of the ancient river kingdom's top 3 paragons. It didn't make sense that he would be designated the position of first paragon. It's a logical decision for the ancient river kingdom to regard him as its first paragon. When Desolate Fury saw that Lightning Chaser refused to believe his words, he explained, according to the Alliance's investigative report, Black Flame has perfect mastery over a saint-ranked mana technique. This factor alone is more than enough to qualify him for the position of the ancient river kingdom's first paragon. Lightning Chaser thoroughly fell silent when he heard the mention of a saint-ranked mana technique. At this time, he even started to feel a little fearful. The achievement of perfectly mastering a saint-ranked mana technique was far more frightening than becoming the ancient river kingdom's first paragon. Even the various conglomerates would extend an olive branch to Shifeng once they learned about this achievement. If the ancient river kingdom's first paragon represented the peak of a kingdom's genius, the perfect mastery of a saint-ranked mana technique represented the future birth of an apex powerhouse in God's domain. With such an achievement under Shifeng's belt, even the Heavenly Boa Guild would come to fear him, let alone Saint 3. Suddenly, Lightning Chaser's face twisted with expressions of regret and madness. Why? Why did things turn out like this? Even though Lightning Chaser had already become an official successor of the Extreme Eagle Corporation, he still wasn't certain whether he could become first in the line of succession in the future. So, it was crucial for him to form as many connections with powerful experts as possible. Yet, now, he had actually cast aside the opportunity to get acquainted with a future apex powerhouse. While Lightning Chaser was mired in regret, Shifeng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao finished killing off 2 Tier 4 heroic spirits in a small forest and stopped in front of a 6-meter-tall stele. The two of you are elementalists, so the mana technique recorded on this stele suits you perfectly. With our current damage output, it'll be tough for us to collect enough heroic spirit remnants in 3 days. It just so happens that we've collected 6 heroic spirit remnants, so you two can use them to learn the mana technique on this stele. So long as you can learn the mana technique, our party will have a much easier time moving forward, Shifeng said as he pointed at the dilapidated stele in front of him. A mana technique that suits us. Midsummer. And Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at the dilapidated stele before them strangely and worriedly. If it was a mana technique suitable for magical class experts, it was most likely one that could provide a huge boost in combat power. However, the ancient stele before them was clearly much more damaged than any other stele they had come across. In the ancient river's secret land's central zone, the more dilapidated a stele was, the more difficult it would be to learn the mana technique recorded on it. Meanwhile, as long as they failed to learn the mana technique within a specified time, they would automatically forget what they've learned, wasting precious time they could have spent collecting heroic spirit remnants. Don't worry. The mana technique recorded on this stele isn't particularly complex. It's only a god-ranked mana technique. With your mastery over mana, you two should have no trouble learning it within the allotted time, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the worry on Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's faces. Moreover, I have some matters I need to deal with offline. Since you two aren't going to log out, you might as well use this time to learn the mana technique here. It's only a god-ranked mana technique. Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao felt relieved when they heard Shifeng's words. Immediately, they took out the heroic spirit remnants they had collected and contributed them to the dilapidated stele. Many of the mana techniques recorded in the Central Zone's ancient steles were saint-ranked mana techniques, and it was nigh impossible for players to learn them within the allotted time. However, it was a different story for god-ranked mana techniques. It was entirely possible for players to learn a god-ranked mana technique within the allotted time. In fact, one of the main reasons many geniuses sought to enter the rookie competition's top 100 was so that they could learn a god-ranked mana technique. When Shifeng saw the two girls starting their learning process, he called up his system interface and chose to log out of the game. There were no heroic spirits in the area. By now, everyone also knew that he and his party were active around these parts. So, hardly any parties were willing to come close to this area, and the two could study with ease. As for the mana technique the two were learning, there was something he had neglected to tell them. It was true that the mana technique recorded on dilapidated stele was only at the god rank. However, it wasn't just any ordinary god-ranked mana technique. Instead, it was the mana cohesion method created by the god of 4 elements, one of the 12 great gods in God's domain. So long as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao could learn the mana cohesion method, they could elevate the density of their mana to a whole new level. They could condense gaseous mana into liquid mana and liquid mana into solid mana. They could even use 7 luminaries crystals to amplify their spells, strengthening the power of an ordinary spell to the level of a super spell of the same tier. Because of the mana cohesion method's incredible effects, it was also one of the most complicated god-ranked mana techniques to learn. During Shifeng's previous life, a Tier 4 expert over 100 years of age had learned the mana cohesion method. With the mana technique's assistance, he had become a dangerous individual known throughout the Starlight Realm. Sometime later, he had even joined the Apex Power Demon's Gate. Honestly, Shifeng was mostly trying his luck by getting Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to learn the mana cohesion method. He didn't have high hopes for them to succeed. As for why he chose to take such a gamble, it was because he truly had matters he needed to tend to in the real world. Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul would be arriving in the greater world today, so he needed to get their living arrangements sorted out. Hence, he decided he might as well have midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao try to improve their strength as much as possible. If they succeeded in learning the mana cohesion method, they would have a much easier time killing heroic spirits and collecting heroic spirit remnants afterward. Greater World, Star Lake City, God's Domain Association, inside a crowded advanced training room. Thousand Scars walked out of a test room after conducting numerous rounds of reaction training, an exhausted look on her face. However, when she saw the results of her final training round, the corners of her lips curled upward. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master. Age, 19. Overall evaluation. S. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3255, Chapter 329, Star Lake Shaken. Chapter 3255, Chapter 329, Star Lake Shaken Great. I should get into the selections. Top 10 now. When Thousand Scars looked at the result displayed outside the test room, she balled up her hands in excitement. She was so excited that even the other youths training in the same advanced training room could feel her excitement. Incredible! A 3-star mental strength master at less than 20 years old. Only 2 other people had such a result in the selection this time, right? MHM. They are in 3rd and 6th place, respectively. However, even though those 2 are the same age as Xue Qianhen, they are both successors of powerful families in Star Lake City. They've been cultivated using tons of resources from childhood and have already become 2-star mental strength masters by 17. It then took them another 2 years to become 3-star mental strength masters. Their starting lines are completely different from Xue Qianhen. Strictly speaking, they are far less talented than Xue Qianhen. The youths in the training room were surprised when they saw Thousand Scars' training results. Thousand Scars' achievement of becoming a 3-star mental strength master before 20 was enough to put her in the top 10 of the Star Lake Legion's selection. Unlike those who only managed to get into the top 100, she was a genius who could attract the attention of the Star Lake Legion's commander and vice commanders. Under normal circumstances, rookie participants assigned to the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups would have completely different career paths than participants assigned to other top 100 rookie participants. Joining an ace battle group meant having more opportunities to participate in city competitions. Not only could members of ace battle groups receive sponsorship from the various corporations, but they could also acquire city contribution points that could be used to exchange for all sorts of tools and resources in the greater God's domain. So long as one had enough city contribution points, one could even exchange for legendary weapons and equipment in the greater God's domain. Moreover, Thousand Scars differed from the other geniuses in the greater God's domain. Despite growing up without the help of the greater world's precious resources, she became a 3-star mental strength master at the age of 19. It had already been over a decade since Star Lake City had seen the appearance of such a talented genius. Meanwhile, the last person to have shown such talent was the Star Lake Legion's current commander, Red Frost, a madwoman known by all powers on the Starlight continent. The next step will be to challenge Shifeng. Thousand Scars thought to herself before taking a deep breath. Then, just as she was about to proceed with another training session, a message notification suddenly popped up on her watch. Upon reading the message, Thousand Scars smiled and said, "Big Sis Omen, and the others are finally here." After saying so, Thousand Scars grabbed the jacket she had set aside and walked out of the training room, causing many horny young men in the room to sigh in disappointment. God's Domain Association, first floor lobby. Although it was still early morning in Star Lake City, the lobby was already crowded with people waiting to take the Star Lake Legion's selection test. Aside from those who had already taken the test multiple times, there were also many people who were taking the test for the first time. Among the latter group, They consisted of residents originating from the greater world's various towns and cities and newcomers to the greater world. Amazing! So, this is a city in the greater world. Mental strength masters are incredibly rare in our world, yet they can be seen everywhere here. I don't think these people are anything special. Our world is dreadfully lacking in cultivation resources for mental strength, a stark contrast to this world. Here, you can get items brimming with mysterious energy, like soul drops everywhere. I won't say I can get into this so-called selection test's top 10, but if I can get my hands on such resources, I bet you I can get into the top 100 easily. Currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the end of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. Some of these youths wore looks of amazement, while some wore looks of contempt. However, without exception, every one of these youths was filled with feelings of excitement and anticipation. In ordinary worlds, a person could already be regarded as a genius favored by heaven if they could become a mental strength master within their lifetime. As for becoming a mental strength grandmaster, that was an achievement not even geniuses favored by heaven dared to dream of accomplishing. However, in the greater world, accomplishing such an achievement wasn't out of the question. Although these youths didn't speak very loudly, almost everyone in the lobby was a mental strength master, so they had no trouble hearing what these youths were saying. Yet, none of these mental strength masters laughed at these youths. On the contrary, when these mental strength masters saw the blue lightning emblem these youths wore, they promptly kept their mouths shut and minded their own business. Inhabitants of the blue flash world, is it Breezewine, who wore the employee uniform of the Green God Corporation, muttered. A flash of envy appeared in his eyes as he looked at the youths. Are those people incredible, Commander Breeze? A woman with ethereal beauty standing next to Breeze, Wine asked as she looked ahead at the group of youths standing at the back of the line. They do look extraordinary. Every one of them is a 2-star mental strength master, even though they are still in their early 20s, a cold and elegant woman standing next to the ethereal beauty said in a rueful tone. Even I am only at this standard right now. Comparisons truly are odious. These two women spoke in whispers, so the people around them did not hear what they said. Even so, many of the young men present couldn't help but turn to look at the two, their faces looking as if they had just had their souls lured out of their bodies. Although almost every woman in the greater world was a beauty due to the high fitness standards here, these two women still stood out a lot. Whether it was their appearance, body, or temperament, they were vastly superior to the average woman in the greater world. They could absolutely rank among Star Lake City's top beauties. Meanwhile, these two beauties were none other than Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. The blue flash isn't an ordinary world, Breezewine said as he turned to Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. Then, with a wry smile, he continued, Instead, it is one of the few powerful worlds that have managed to elevate their god's domain into a higher god's domain. As a result, even though the blue flash world's collapse is already nearing, the world's residents have the privilege of gaining citizenship in any third-tier city on this continent. They can also challenge the selection tests of any third-rate city for free. Moreover, many of the blue flash world's geniuses can be found in the city legions of third dash, second dash, and even first-tier cities. Some of these geniuses are even big shots who occupy high positions in their respective legions. Most importantly, the blue flash world has produced several peerless individuals who have gone beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. Simply put, the blue flash world is one of the top-ranking civilizations on the Starlight continent, and it is far superior to our civilization. Humph, they're only a bunch of people who got to enter the greater world earlier than us. A woman who closely rivaled Hidden Soul in appearances said, a hint of disdain appearing in her eyes as she looked at the youths from the blue flash world. upon hearing the third woman's words. Breeze Wine simply chuckled and kept quiet. Death Omen was one of the few Tier 6 experts in their homeworld, so she had incredible potential. Now, because of Thousand Scars' recommendation, Death Omen had already gotten into the Paimon conglomerate's observation list. So long as Death Omen could become a titled expert within a specified time, she could become an outer member of the conglomerate. In terms of future potential, Death Omen was vastly superior to Zero Wings, Gentle Snow, and Hidden Soul. Shortly after Death Omen finished speaking, a lithe figure suddenly stepped out of an elevator and entered the lobby. As soon as this person appeared, she immediately attracted the attention and discussion of many people in the lobby. Xue Qianhen is actually here. Is she here to take the test again? So soon? I wonder how many places she can rise this time. Wait, no. It looks like she's here to welcome a newcomer. When the surrounding crowd saw Thousand Scars approaching and talking to Death Omen with an intimate smile on her face, everyone couldn't help but wonder about Death Omen's identity. The young masters of some corporations even took the initiative to give their spots in line for the two. While Death Omen and Thousand Scars were making their way to the front of the line, Death Omen suddenly turned back to look at Hidden Soul with a smirk on her face. You two should join the line as well, Breeze Wine said to Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul with a wry smile when he saw Thousand Scars and Death Omen walking away. Although it will take some time, you two should be able to get your test done and your accommodations arranged by sunset today. Despite Breeze Wine's words, everyone brought here by the Green God Corporation knew there were limited rooms in the God's Domain Association. So, the sooner they could take the test, the easier they could find a good room to rest in. If they took the test too late, even if they qualified for a good room, they could only settle for a lower quality room if the better ones were at full occupancy. However, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others had no choice but to wait in line. After all, the only reason the people waiting in line had let Hidden Soul skip ahead of them was because of Thousand Scars. While Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others were waiting to take their test, another commotion occurred in the lobby. This time, whether it was the people waiting to take their test or the people resting in the lobby, everyone turned to look at the same location. TL notes. FYI, I have no idea if the soul drop mentioned in this chapter is the same thing as the soul potion mentioned in chapter 315. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3256. Chapter 3256, Chapter 330, Black Flame. TL notes. Made a change to Chapter 329. Original. Currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the end of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. Changed to currently, a group of young men and women around the age of 22 and 23 stood at the front of the long line of people waiting to take the selection test. God's Domain Association, first floor elevator lobby. A man in his early 30s walked out of the elevator lobby and into the main lobby. The man wore a simple tracksuit that gave him an unremarkable appearance. Yet, despite the man's inconspicuous appearance, whether it was young corporation successors or the God's Domain Association staff members present, they all couldn't help but look at the man with a hint of envy. Some powerful individuals had even taken the initiative to make way for this inconspicuous man. Who is that guy? Isn't he only a 2-star mental strength master? So, why are those 1-star mental strength grandmasters making way for him? Could he be a conglomerate's young master? That can't be, right? Why would a conglomerate's successor come to a shabby place like Star Lake City? Indeed, I heard that some of those young masters find the environment of even second-tier cities unbearable. There's no way any of them would come to a third-tier city. The young men and women from the Blue Flash world couldn't help but grow confused as they looked at the inconspicuous tracksuit-wearing man. The greater world was a place that took the expression dog-eat-dog world to a much greater extent. Meanwhile, the disparity in status between mental strength masters and grandmasters was massive in the greater world. If a mental strength master dared to provoke a mental strength grandmaster without a sufficiently good reason, the city's authorities would banish the former without hesitation. This difference in status was even more noticeable in the God's Domain Association. For starters, some sections in the God's Domain Association building were only open to mental strength grandmasters. Then, mental strength grandmasters also had priority access to the association's lodgings, training rooms, and exchangeable resources. The priority access to lodgings was an especially noticeable difference. Normally, people who had concluded their newcomer period in the God's Domain Association would look to rent the rooms on the association building's lower floors, since they were the cheapest rooms available. However, because of the privilege afforded to mental strength grandmasters, all of the rooms on the lower floors were snatched up by various mental strength grandmasters. As a result, anyone looking to rent these cheap rooms would have to do so through the various mental strength grandmasters. Otherwise, they'd have to find a place to rent outside the God's Domain Association. However, even though the rent the various mental strength grandmasters charged was 3 times more expensive than what the association charged, exceeding even the average cost of renting a house in the city, there was no shortage of mental strength masters trying to rent these rooms. This was because of the city contribution quests the God's Domain Association published every day. In the greater world's various cities, anyone who hadn't reached the standard of mental strength grandmasters would have difficulty earning city contribution points. Meanwhile, should a person fail to collect a sufficient amount of contribution points at the end of each month, they'd be kicked out of the city they were in, regardless of whether this person was a mental strength master or a mental strength grandmaster. To help those who weren't mental strength grandmasters, the God's Domain Association would publish quests to its non-mental strength grandmaster members, allowing them to quickly accumulate contribution points. However, as there were only a limited number of quests published each day, those living in the God's Domain Association would have an advantage over those living outside the association. As such, apart from mental strength masters with powerful backgrounds, every other mental strength master living in the various cities would instinctively behave respectfully around mental strength grandmasters. While Blue Flash's youths were feeling confused, the old man, who wore the emblem of a 1-star grandmaster and was responsible for leading the youths, turned to look at them. Then, in a low voice, he warned them, "You youngsters, listen carefully. In addition to the city's corporations and powerful families, that man is one of the people you absolutely cannot provoke." Cannot provoke. Does he have a powerful background? A beautiful girl with a lively appearance curiously asked. Yes and no, the old man answered. Then he returned his gaze to the inconspicuous man and continued, "He is currently in first place of the City Legion selection, but that achievement alone isn't enough to get grandmasters to show him respect. Those grandmasters fear him because of the person backing him." The person backing him? Is that person amazing? The lively girl asked, looking even more confused. That person is currently the ancient River Kingdom's publicly acknowledged first paragon, Black Flame, the Azura Sword Emperor. When the old man spoke up to this point, a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. He is also a frightening expert who has defeated Markless Blade, one of the Star Lake Legion's vice commanders. The ancient River Kingdom's first paragon. When the lively girl heard this, a hint of fascination appeared in the gaze she used to look at the inconspicuous man. If a player could get recognized as a kingdom's first paragon, it meant that this player was the strongest out of all Tier 4 experts in the kingdom. Normally, such Tier 4 paragons were the target of recruitment for the greater world's various city legions. This was because experts of such caliber could play a vital role in Tier 4 city competitions. Some city legions would even go as far as to offer a vice commander position to recruit these paragons. Not only would these paragons be given an ace battle group to lead, but they would also get to command all Tier 4 battle groups in the Legion. They would essentially become the first vice commander for Tier 4 battle groups. If the inconspicuous man possessed the backing of such an expert, it made sense for members of Star Lake City's upper echelon to show him some respect. A moment later, the inconspicuous man could be seen stopping in front of Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, guild leader. At this time, Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow couldn't help but feel stunned as they looked at the inconspicuous man before them. Although they knew that Sherfong could make incredible achievements in the greater world with how strong he was, they didn't think his achievements would be this amazing. Not just mental strength grandmasters, but even the various corporations' young masters and blue flashes inhabitants feared him. This was simply unbelievable. This scene dumbfounded even Thousand Scars and Death Omen. Black Flame, Ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, Thousand Scars, and Death Omen weren't ignorant about the meaning behind the title of a kingdom's first paragon. On the contrary, they were well aware of what the title represented. If Black Flame had truly become the Ancient River Kingdom's first paragon, the Star Lake Legion would definitely try to recruit him. In that case, nobody in Star Lake City would dare to casually offend Sherfong and Zero Wing's other members. Sorry for the long wait, Sherfong said, smiling as he looked at Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. I'll take you to look around once you two are done with your test. I believe you two should be able to quickly become official participants of the Star Lake Legion. As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, the surrounding crowd was immediately shocked. Those two beauties are also Zero Wing's members. Crap! Is Zero Wing planning to develop in Star Lake City? This is big news. Seeing how amicably Sherfong is behaving around them, those two must occupy high positions in Zero Wing. No. Don't you see how respectful Sherfong is behaving? My guess is that those two beauties share a close connection with Black Flame, possibly closer than even Sherfong. Otherwise, why would Sherfong, the acting guild leader of Zero Wing, personally come to welcome them? The people in the lobby started making all sorts of wild guesses when they saw the friendly interaction between Sherfong, Hidden Soul, and Gentle Snow. They all felt that Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow possessed extraordinary identities, and they started thinking about befriending the two women. While everyone was discussing Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, a lively girl and an indifferent young man from the group of youths from Blue Flash approached Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, taking the initiative to offer the two women their places in line. Upon seeing this scene, many youths couldn't help but reprimand themselves for reacting so slowly and throwing away such a good opportunity to befriend Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. In the meantime, Death Omen, waiting in line some distance behind the Blue Flash Worlds group, wore an ashen look on her face as she watched Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow walk past her position. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3257, Chapter 331. Even if you think you are the best, there is always someone better. Chapter 3257, Chapter 331. Even if you think you are the best, there is always someone better. God's Domain Association. First floor lobby. Hidden Soul was the first to enter the test hall. As soon as she disappeared into the mental space, everyone in the lobby turned to look at the scoreboard, curious to learn what the two beauties, who supposedly shared a close relationship with Black Flame, were capable of. Don't you think it's a little rash to give up our spots, Pace Angel? What if those two big sisters fail to even get into the top 1,000? If that's the case, we'd have given up our spots for nothing, the indifferent young man from the Blue Flash World said, a hint of worry appearing in his eyes as he watched Hidden Soul disappearing into the test hall. Several hundred inhabitants from Blue Flash had entered Star Lake City this time, although he and the lively girl going by the name of Pace Angel ranked among the top 5. and were confident they could get into the top 1,000 of the Star Lake Legion selection. They were not at all confident they could get into the top 100. Unlike the children of powerful individuals and families from Blue Flash, the two of them didn't have any powers to rely on in the greater world. They also didn't have a treasure trove of resources waiting for them in the greater world. The only opportunity they had right now was the God's Domain Association's newcomer benefits. If they made proper use of these newcomer benefits, they could achieve rapid growth within a short time. Meanwhile, the first step for them to achieve rapid growth was to secure a good room in the God's Domain Association building. The lodgings available on the association building's 400th floor and above could be deemed mainstream lodgings for mental strength masters, so their priority was undoubtedly to secure a room on the 400th floor or higher. Otherwise, they'd have to settle for the vastly inferior lodgings found below the 400th floor. However, lodgings on the God's Domain Association building's 400th floor and above were very limited and distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. This meant that the sooner they took their selection test, the better. Yet, now, they had given up their places to Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to curry favor with them. It should be known that Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow were only 2-star mental strength masters. Many youths participating in the selection were 2-star mental strength masters, so Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow were nothing special. Not to mention, neither of the two women looked like they were teenagers. At their age, even a 3-star mental strength master wouldn't necessarily be able to rank within the top 1,000. After all, the selection was already nearing its end, so competition was incredibly intense. Anyone who could remain within the top 1,000 at this time was an extraordinary individual. You should know that you and I have nobody to rely on in Star Lake City, Clay Blade. We might have talent, but unless we can get our hands on the same resources as the greater world's geniuses enjoy, I highly doubt we can accomplish anything even if we do get into the Star Lake Legion, the lively girl named Pace Angel said, sighing. Getting acquainted with those two big sisters is the only solution I can think of for now. So long as those two big sisters join the Star Lake Legion, they'll definitely receive priority from the Legion. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how small the chances are for an official participant to get selected for a city competition, right? There are only a few city competitions each year, and we'd be fortunate if we could get selected for one once every few years. Rather than settle for such a mediocre fate, we might as well take a risk. Let's hope you're right, the indifferent youth named Clay Blade said, inwardly praying as he looked at the test hall's door. While Pace Angel and Clay Blade were talking quietly, an elegant young man with long hair quietly observed the ongoings in the lobby from a VIP dining area on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, this elegant young man was none other than Chen Qitian, one of the Dawnlight Corporation's heirs. He was also currently ranked 19th in the selection. Old Tan has refused our offer now that Shifeng has Black Flame as his backing. Young Master, a middle-aged man wearing a butler's uniform, said respectfully after approaching Chen Qitian. In addition to being a butler, the middle-aged man was also a 1-star mental strength grandmaster. He's afraid of Black Flame. Chen Qitian smirked as he swirled the glass of red wine in his hand. Old Ten has really grown old. If he's so short-sighted, no wonder he can't ever break into the 3-star Grandmaster standard. So what if Shifeng has Black Flame backing him? Now that my elder brother has already obtained that item, he is almost certain to pass the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition and become one of the Conglomerate's silver members. At that time, Black Flame will be nothing more than a joke. Upon hearing Chen Qitian's words, the 4 1-star mental strength grandmasters working as Chen Qitian's bodyguards immediately started taking their jobs more seriously. The position of the Star Lake Legion's vice commander might hold significant importance in Star Lake City, but it was insignificant compared to the Galaxy Conglomerate's silver membership. If Chen Qilin became a silver member of the Galaxy Conglomerate, even the Star Lake Legion's commander would have to treat him courteously. While Chen Qitian was talking to his butler, the scoreboard in the lobby suddenly showed a new result. Immediately, the lobby fell silent as everyone looked at this result in shock and confusion. Death Omen, in particular, gaped in shock when she saw this result, her mind falling into disarray. How is this possible? Death Omen dared not believe her eyes. Mental grade, 3-star mental strength master, potential rating, 96, mental strength rating. S, mental control rating. A, overall ranking, 35. In addition to Death Omen, Thousand Scars was similarly stunned by this outcome. Thousand Scars knew about the relationship and feud between Death Omen and Hidden Soul. She also knew that when it came to combat talent, Death Omen was above Hidden Soul. However, in Thousand Scars' opinion, even though Death Omen possessed extraordinary talent, it should still be difficult for her to get into the selection's top 100. It was especially so when there was so little time left until the selection ended. So, what was up with Hidden Soul's results? Setting aside how Hidden Soul's mental strength standard had suddenly gone from that of a 2-star master to a 3-star master, how in the world did she receive a potential rating of 96 and a mental strength rating of S? Could there be an error in the system? Thousand Scars instinctively thought. It should be known that apart from Shifeng, no other newcomer had managed to get into the selection's top 100 on their first test. Moreover, the rank Hidden Soul received on her first test was significantly higher than Shifeng's. No matter how Thousand Scars looked at this, something must have gone wrong with the test hall's system. After all, Hidden Soul was someone who couldn't even get promoted to Tier 6. How could she possibly get into the selection's top 100 on her first test, much less the top 50? However, contrary to Thousand Scars' expectations, the examiner did not deny the validity of Hidden Soul's test results. The only thing the examiner did was to announce that Hidden Soul had gained the privilege of staying in a room on the 498th floor. Out of everyone in the lobby, the only person unfazed by Hidden Soul's results was Shifeng. Shifeng knew that it was only natural for Hidden Soul to achieve such results. The current Hidden Soul was no longer the same person she was before. Not only had she learned the Saint rank mana technique, Holy Annihilation, but she had also spent considerable time training on the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor throughout this period. One's ability to manipulate mana was directly related to one's concentration standard, also known as mental strength. So, thanks to all the mana manipulation training she did, her mental strength also received significant improvements. Not to mention, Shifeng had also secretly given Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow hints regarding the God's Domain Association's mental space. Combining all these factors with the fact that Hidden Soul had taken her first test with a much stronger mental strength standard than Shifeng did for his first test, it was completely understandable for Hidden Soul to achieve such test results. Time quickly passed while everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance. By the time everyone had recovered from their shock, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul left it, slowly walked out of the test hall. Mental grade, 2-star mental strength master, potential rating, 98, mental strength rating. A, mental control rating. S, overall ranking, 10. TL notes. 1 Pace Angel, and Clay Blade. I'm not sure if these are their real names or character names, so I decided to translate them under the assumption that they are character names. They're also easier to memorize. Personally, I've never heard of anyone using and for real Chinese names. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332. Going Beyond the Apex. Chapter 332. Going Beyond the Apex. TL notes. made a change to the end of chapter 331. Original. Time quickly passed while everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance. By the time everyone had recovered from their shock, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul left it, slowly walked out of the test hall. Changed. While everyone was busy discussing Hidden Soul's astonishing performance, Gentle Snow, who had gone into the test hall after Hidden Soul, slowly walked out of the test hall. 10th. She came in 10th place on her first test. Heavens! What did I just see? A paragon. No, a monster. She's an absolute monster. When everyone in the lobby saw Gentle Snow's results on the scoreboard, they reacted as if they had just seen Armageddon. Everyone was absolutely horrified by Gentle Snow's results. When Hidden Soul achieved a rank of 35 on her first test previously, everyone could still more or less accept it. After all, the precedent with Sure Foam had already raised everyone's tolerance by a significant margin. However, Gentle Snow's test results were a completely different story. If anyone who had spent some time living in the greater world wasn't horrified by these results, there must be something wrong with their mind. That big sister got into the top 10 on her first test. Pace Angel's eyes sparkled when she saw Gentle Snow's results. Then she looked to the dazed youth next to her and asked, "Clay, do you know when was the last time a newcomer came in 10th place on their first test in Star Lake City?" I don't know. Clay Blade shook his head in a daze. As one of the few powerful worlds that had managed to develop its God's domain into a higher God's domain, the Blue Flash world possessed a rather comprehensive database of information regarding the Starlight Continent's various cities. Before their group of geniuses was dispatched to Star Lake City, they were already given detailed information Blue Flash had collected on Star Lake City. Included among this information was a list of geniuses who had managed to get into the top 100 of the Star Lake Legion selections held in the past 100 years. However, if Clay Blade recalled correctly, no newcomer had managed to get within the Star Lake Legion selection's top 10 on their first test in the past 100 years. In fact, nobody had even managed to get into the top 20 on their first test. It's normal for you youngsters not to know about this. The old man responsible for leading the Blue Flash world's young geniuses said after approaching Pace Angel and Clay Blade, "In the 200 years I have spent working as a guide in Star Lake City, I have never seen the appearance of such a monster before." Even after the old man finished speaking, none of the members of Star Lake City's local powers spoke up to refute him. It was evident that these people agreed with what the old man said. "Elder Kong, has such a monster ever appeared in our Star Lake City?" Chun Chi-Tien asked as he stood up from his seat and looked downstairs at Gentle Snow. According to the Dawnlight Corporation's database, no such monster has ever appeared in Star Lake City's history. The butler, referred to by Chun Chi-Tien as Elder Kong, said with a serious expression, "Not even the several neighboring cities have recorded the appearance of such a monster before, so there aren't any precedents." Chun Chi-Tien got goosebumps when he heard Elder Kong's answer. "Her. I must have her." The Dawnlight Corporation was a local corporation in Star Lake City. The corporation had a very long history, and the information it had collected on Star Lake City was far more comprehensive than what the Blue Flash world possessed. So, it was unimaginable for the Dawnlight Corporation to come across an expert of unprecedented caliber. If Gentle Snow truly was such a monster, the so-called challenge of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster would be nothing but a joke for her. Gentle Snow could absolutely go beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. Moreover, she wouldn't just be a run-of-the-mill existence in that realm. She was talented enough to stand out, even beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. It should be known that 3-star mental strength grandmasters were existences qualified to create a corporation and pioneer a city in the greater world. Because of this, every corporation would treat 3-star mental strength grandmasters respectfully. They would also do their best to pander to individuals who had either become or had the potential of becoming a 3-star mental strength grandmaster. However, when dealing with monsters who could go beyond the realm of grandmasters, the reaction the various corporations wouldn't be limited to just awe and respect. Instead, they would go crazy. While 3-star mental strength grandmasters had the qualifications to start a corporation, they weren't at a level where they could single-handedly change a corporation's fate, especially not a corporation with an established history. However, it was a different story for individuals who had gone beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. These were existences qualified to rule a significant portion of the Starlight continent. At the same time, they were also a necessary foundation for corporations to get elevated into conglomerates. Conglomerates. These were existences standing at the apex of the greater world's various continents. The authority of conglomerates was so great that corporations wouldn't even dare to offend the ordinary members of conglomerates. They would even try to pander to these ordinary members. Conglomerates were akin to emperors in the greater world, and the only existences that could contend against a conglomerate were other conglomerates. How many powers in the greater world could possibly refuse the temptation of such great power? At this time, Chun Qitian wasn't the only person to have thoughts about obtaining gentle snow. Almost every young master originating from Star Lake City's local corporations and powerful families shared similar thoughts. Gentle Snow? Who on earth is she? When Thousand Scars looked at Gentle Snow now, her confidence diminished drastically. She felt like a chicken who had just met a phoenix. She dared not look at the other party directly. A 3-star mental strength master at 19 years old, an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate at 19 years old. These achievements were worthless compared to the results Gentle Snow had just displayed. With her test results, Gentle Snow could make even the galaxy conglomerate extend an olive branch to her without hesitation. The conglomerate would even designate her as a core member and nurture her with the intent of developing her into a core executive in the future. While everyone was staring at Gentle Snow, Shifeng couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "You two really know how to find trouble for me," Shifeng said, holding his head as he looked at Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow. Shifeng had long since known that Gentle Snow possessed extraordinary talent. After all, she was one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts during his previous life. She was also an existence capable of fighting against Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. In fact, when they competed purely in combat techniques in the past, Shifeng wasn't even a match for Gentle Snow. However, what Shifeng did not expect was for Gentle Snow to reach such a level in this life after only receiving the assistance of the Holy Annihilation Mana technique and the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor. This outcome was completely outside of his expectations. "Isn't that because we wanted to make you proud, guild leader?" Hidden Soul said, a faint smile forming on her face when she saw Shifeng's troubled expression. As for Gentle Snow, she revealed an apologetic smile, understanding that she had gone a little overboard in her test. "Whatever. You two aren't my only problems," Shifeng said, sighing. Then he scanned the crowd in the lobby with his eyes before nonchalantly saying, "Let them come if they want. I'll just take care of all of them together." After saying so, Shifeng guided Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to their assigned lodgings. He also gave them a detailed introduction to the greater world and the God's Domain Association's many benefits. As for the various powers, they could only watch as Shifeng's group of 3 disappeared into an elevator, nobody daring to make any reckless moves. The God's Domain Association prohibited people from fighting on its premises. This was an ironclad rule that the association strictly enforced, and not even conglomerates dared to break this rule. Otherwise, they'd be making an enemy out of the entire God's Domain Association. However, at the same time as Shifeng's group left the lobby, News of Gentle Snow getting into the top 10 of the Star Lake Legion's selection on her first test quickly spread across Star Lake City, the news sending shockwaves throughout the city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3259, Chapter 333, Divine Twilight Set. Chapter 3259, Chapter 333, Divine Twilight Set. Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. As the only training grounds for the Star Lake Legion, the Star Lake Training Center occupied a radius of 1 kilometer and was hundreds of meters tall. It could easily be regarded as one of the most majestic buildings in Star Lake City. On a normal day, there'd be well over 50,000 people present in the training center. Apart from the Star Lake Legion's participants, many powers from Star Lake City and nearby towns would send their youths here to receive training. Although non-participants would have to pay a hefty price to train here, youths who came here would benefit from receiving the Star Lake Legion's basic training from a young age. That way, they'd have a much greater chance of entering the Star Lake Legion once they reached a suitable age. Currently, inside one of the simulation training rooms located on the training center's top floor, the Star Lake Legion's Vice Commander Markless Blade was sparring with a woman. The woman in question wielded a spear, and her presence could be felt from every corner of the room as if she was the absolute ruler of this room. Shortly after the spar began, the woman executed a flurry of strikes against Markless Blade, every one of her movements carrying frightening power. Markless Blade was utterly powerless to resist this flurry of attacks, getting knocked out of the fighting ring in the blink of an eye. How is it? How do I compare with Black Flame? The woman eagerly asked as she looked at Markless Blade. Markless Blade did not offer a response right away. Instead, he struggled for a moment to stand up and catch his breath. Then, looking at the woman in the fighting ring with a hint of fear in his eyes, Markless Blade said, "Can you stop getting me to be your sparring partner, Commander? If Black Flame has your standards, there's no way I could have lasted so long against him." "How unfortunate. I thought he could have entertained me a little, but I guess he is still a little ways off," Red Frost said, as she turned off the room's simulation function. Immediately, her weapon and equipment disappeared, leaving only a pair of pajamas. But according to the information you provided, Black Flame should be nearing the 5th floor standard already. With such strength, La Roja and that first Paragon are the only ones among your Heavenly Boa's 7 great Paragons who can fight him. Is he that strong? Markless Blade asked in a dubious tone. Although he had lost to Black Flame, that was only because of Black Flame's sudden burst of power catching him off guard. Had he been prepared for the 3 slashes Black Flame had used to kill him, he was confident he could survive those attacks. "You are underestimating that sudden burst of power too much," Red Frost said, looking at Markless Blade, as if she was looking at an idiot. Without a sufficiently high concentration standard and absolute control toward mana, there is no way he could have executed 3 saint-ranked mana techniques simultaneously. You would have long since lost if the 2 of you had the same basic attributes. After thinking it over, Markless Blade had to agree with Red Frost. The bonuses provided by Tier 5 magic equipment were far superior to any bonuses a Dark Gold Immortal set could offer. Had Black Flame been equipped with a piece of Tier 5 magic equipment as well, the outcome of their fight would have certainly been much more decisive. "It's a pity that this is the end of the line for him," Markless Blade suddenly said in a lamenting tone. "The guild has already decided to get rid of him for good. Big Sis Blood Arrow will definitely be making a move. Black Flame stands no chance against Big Sis Blood Arrow and her Divine Twilight set." Divine Twilight? Red Frost was a little surprised when she heard Markless Blade's words. "How generous of Heavenly Boa. Are you not afraid some Tier 6 expert might fall for the temptation and try to snatch it?" The Divine Twilight set was a 4-piece fragmented legendary set that was a replica of the legendary ranked Divine Sun set. This replica was the Heavenly Boa Guild's greatest achievement. However, even after expending numerous legendary rank materials and inferior divine artifact rank materials, Heavenly Boa had only produced 3 Divine Twilight sets. Of these 3 sets, 2 were currently equipped by 2 Tier 6 powerhouses known by all in the Starlight Realm, namely the 2nd Vice Guild Leader of Heavenly Boa and the Commander of Heavenly Boa's 5th Trump Card Legion. So, for Heavenly Boa to let a Tier 4 player use one of its 3 Divine Twilight sets was a huge extravagance. It can't be helped. This is Big Sis Blood Arrow's condition for participating in the rookie competition. Otherwise, she was going to join the preliminaries held in the Empire and fight for a slot through there, Markless Blade said with a bitter smile. To ensure enough members can enter the official competition, the guild has no choice but to lend the Divine Twilight set to her. There were countless Tier 4 experts in the myriad 4A Empire, not to mention, due to the value of the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition, many paragons from long ago would also be making a reappearance, and nobody knew how many of these paragons existed. Even the mighty Empress Blood Arrow might get disqualified from the invitational competition's preliminaries. Heavenly Boa naturally wouldn't let La Roja take such a risk. After all, this was the best opportunity to join the Galaxy Conglomerate. Every additional slot the guild secured in the invitational competition's official phase would increase the guild's chances of success. Moreover, if La Roja had the Divine Twilight set assisting her, she was practically guaranteed to get into the rookie competition's top 20. If luck was on Heavenly Boa's side, La Roja could even lead an entire party into the top 20. Hence, Heavenly Boa eventually agreed to La Roja's demands. It seems the rookie competition is going to be boring, Red Frost said, sighing, before Red Frost and Markless Blade could continue with their conversation. A knock suddenly came from the door. Immediately afterward, a silver-haired young man whose mental strength had reached the 2-star Grandmaster standard entered the room and quickly approached Red Frost. However, instead of speaking right away, the young man glanced at Markless Blade and revealed a hesitant look. Just say it. That kid won't dare to spread anything he hears here, Red Frost said, chuckling as he looked at the silver-haired youth. I'll break his legs if he dares. Markless Blade shuddered when he heard Red Frost's threat. Meanwhile, after getting Red Frost's approval, the silver-haired youth said, Commander, this just came in, but it seems something big has happened in the God's Domain Association building. Something big? What could possibly happen in the association? Red Frost responded nonchalantly. The God's Domain Association was a training ground for newcomers. No matter how big of a fuss these newcomers made, it'd be nothing more than a commotion caused by children. She'd only be wasting her time paying attention to matters involving children. A monster, the silver-haired youth said with a look of awe. A monster that has never been seen in Star Lake City's history has appeared in the God's Domain Association. A monster? How monstrous are we talking about? Red Frost asked, her curiosity slightly piqued. Could they be comparable to Surefoam? No, she's even more monstrous than him, coming in 10th place on her first test, the silver-haired youth said, a chill spreading across his body when he spoke about this achievement. Every power in Star Lake City has probably set their sights on her already. I think even the city lord got startled by this matter. As soon as the silver-haired youth finished speaking, silence suddenly descended upon the training room. After the silence lasted for a moment, Red Frost stared at the silver-haired youth with widened eyes and asked, What did you say? Say it again. That monster came in 10th place in the selection on her first test. By now, every power in Star Lake City has probably set their sights on her already, the silver-haired youth repeated. Commander, what should we do? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3260, Chapter 334, Monster Level Treatment. Chapter 3260, Chapter 334, Monster Level Treatment, coming in 10th on the first test. Markless Blade, who had taken a seat next to the fighting right, was similarly shocked when he heard the silver-haired youth's report. As one of the Star Lake Legion's vice commanders, Markless Blade had a much more thorough understanding of Star Lake City's situation than outsiders. Going by Star Lake City's database, the last time someone had ranked within the top 30 of the City Legion's selection on their first try was several hundred years ago. That person was also the only person to have accomplished such a feat in Star Lake City. Meanwhile, that person eventually rose beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters. 3-star mental strength grandmasters were individuals qualified to pioneer a third-tier city in the greater world and become the lord of a city. Should 3-star mental strength grandmasters join a corporation, they would be given the position of Grand Elder without question. As for individuals who had gone beyond mental strength grandmasters, they were all big shots in the greater world, and even conglomerates would strongly try to recruit them. At the same time, they were also the foundation for corporations to become a conglomerate. If a newcomer really did manage to come in 10th place in Star Lake City's selection on their first test, Markless Blade couldn't even begin to imagine what such a monster could accomplish in the future. Once news of such a monster spread, the Star Lake Legion's competition wouldn't just be limited to Star Lake City's various powers. The powers of the various mobile cities would also try to get in on the action. Even the various conglomerates might go out of their way to recruit this monster. But it's going to be a challenge to snatch up such a monster, Red Frost said after pondering for some time. Do you have any details of that person? We only know that her name is by Qing Xue, also known as Gentle Snow in God's Domain. It is her first time entering the greater world, and she is currently tied to the Zero Wing Guild, the silver-haired youth answered. Zero Wing also happens to be the guild that Shifeng, the person you asked me to keep an eye on, belongs to. Zero Wing. Red Frost was a little surprised, and she couldn't help but chuckle. What an interesting guild we have on our hands. Markless Blade was similarly surprised. If it was a few days ago, he wouldn't have even known about the Zero Wing Guild. Now, however, he couldn't stay ignorant about Zero Wing's existence even if he wanted to. After all, the person who had defeated him in the Ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition was none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Now, not only was it revealed that Zero Wing possessed an expert of Black Flame's caliber, but the guild also possessed a monstrous genius like Gentle Snow. If the news about Gentle Snow was real, Zero Wing was no longer a guild that could be underestimated. We should act quickly, Commander. Otherwise, that monster might get snatched away by another city, the silver-haired youth urgently suggested to Red Frost. News of such a frightening monster would definitely reach the neighboring cities. After all, every city needed powerful experts to defend and lead it to acquire more resources and achieve stable growth. Meanwhile, if a third-tier city could grow into a second-tier city, the city's environment would undergo a qualitative transformation, and all residents of the city would see an increase in their life expectancy. Because of how much value monsters like Gentle Snow could bring, every one of them was a hot commodity among the various third-tier cities. However, it wasn't necessary for Gentle Snow to stay in Star Lake City. So long as other cities were willing to accept her, she could move to that city and become a resident there at any time. Relax. Red Frost smiled. Even if the other cities want to compete for her, they will have to wait until the selection is over, just like us. Not to mention, we have the home ground advantage. Rather than focus on what the other cities will do, we should pay closer attention to the corporate powers acting in secret. Bring some people over and make sure no accidents happen. Understood. The silver-haired youth quickly understood Red Frost's point and promptly left the room, not daring to waste even a moment. There were many corporations in the greater world, and there were bound to be some that wouldn't mind using unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. It was especially true when a monster-level genius was involved. The best time to strike at these geniuses would be when they were weak and without any powerful support. If a genius such as Gentle Snow met with an accident in Star Lake City would definitely become a laughingstock for the neighboring cities. Less than half an hour after Gentle Snow's test results came out, a group of one-star mental strength grandmasters gathered outside the God's Domain Association building entrance. Every one of these mental strength grandmasters wore the uniform of the Star Lake Legion's official participants, and their arrival surprised many of the people in the building. These one-star mental strength grandmasters were different from the bodyguards hired by the various corporations. Every one of them was relatively young, and most of them were under the age of 35. Moreover, all of them were combat experts equipped with mind-assistant devices. These one-star mental strength grandmasters could even take down a two-star mental strength grandmaster if a few of them worked together. Normally, these elites of the Star Lake Legion wouldn't show themselves in the God's Domain Association. Yet, now, a group had gathered outside the association building's entrance. What's going on? Why did the Star Lake Legion's elites come here to stand guard? Is some big shot visiting the association? Did you not hear? A monster who managed to come in 10th place on her first test has appeared in Star Lake City. What? The Star Lake Legion dispatched one of its ace battle groups for her? Isn't the Legion worried the battle group's training might get affected? I recall that there is going to be a city battle next month. If this affects the outcome of the city battle, it will be a huge loss for Star Lake City. A huge loss? Not at all. I'll have you know that we are talking about the most talented genius Star Lake City has ever seen here. Once that monster grows up, she will become an existence that can help Star Lake City get elevated into a second-tier city. If that monster joins the Star Lake Legion, the city wouldn't care even if it loses several city battles, let alone one. Everyone started an enthusiastic discussion over the Star Lake Legion's actions. At the same time, they also couldn't help but be surprised by the lengths the Star Lake Legion was willing to go to recruit a monster-level genius. Normally, even geniuses who had already joined a conglomerate wouldn't dare to receive such treatment. After all, it should be known that members of the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups were geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were even paragons nurtured by the various hegemonic powers. In terms of strength, they were vastly superior to newcomer geniuses. Some of these paragons could even reach similar heights as the internal geniuses nurtured by the various conglomerates. God's Domain Association, first floor lobby. Gentle Snow, is it? Fighting spirit burned in Thousand Scar's heart when she saw the Star Lake Legion members standing guard outside the lobby. Meanwhile, when Death Omen, waiting in line next to Thousand Scars, saw the look on the other party's face, she suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to worry, Chinheng. Gentle Snow might have extraordinary talent, but she still won't be a match for you in the future. Lord Supreme Sky has already prepared a big present for you. Once you enter the greater world, even once in several century monsters will be nothing but a joke to you. At that time, you'll even have hopes of becoming a core member of the Paimon conglomerate." Thousand Scars nodded to Death Omen's words. Talent might be important, but one's achievements in the greater world and the greater God's domain were also highly dependent on the resources and opportunities one had access to. When it came to these two factors, she was vastly superior to Sherfong and Gentle Snow. While Star Lake City's various powers and participants were talking about Gentle Snow, Sherfong had already conveyed all of the general information he knew about the greater world and the God's Domain Association to Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow, the information leaving the two women in awe. At the same time, Shifeng also told the two to fully utilize the association's resources during this period, even if it meant dropping some of their responsibilities in the miniature ancient world. After all, personal strength was the #1 priority in the greater world. Everything else was secondary. Only with great strength could they get the various powers and cities to make them better offers. Afterward, Shifeng returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. When Shifeng reappeared in the ancient river secret land, he saw that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had already withdrawn from the ancient steel's learning state. When the two girls saw Shifeng returning, they turned to look at him with undisguised excitement in their eyes. "Did you two succeed?" Shifeng asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw the two girls' expressions. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3261, Chapter 335, 6 Great Secret Art. Chapter 3261, Chapter 335, 6 Great Secret Art. Although Shifeng already knew the answer to his question when he saw the looks on the two girls' faces, he still found it a little unbelievable that they had succeeded. The mana techniques and combat techniques recorded in ancient river secret lands' ancient steels differed from those recorded in legacy crystals. Due to the dilapidated state of the ancient steels, the mana techniques and combat techniques recorded on them were also fragmented to varying degrees. Combined with the limitation of time, learning the techniques recorded on these ancient steels was much more challenging than learning techniques recorded in legacy crystals. He had only gone offline for several hours. Even if he considered the time difference between the real and virtual worlds, no more than 10 hours should have gone by in God's domain. Normally, it would be a stretch for most people to learn a mana technique from a legacy crystal in 10 hours, let alone learn a God-ranked mana technique from an ancient steel. It should be known that many new geniuses would enter the ancient river secret land to learn mana techniques and combat techniques every month. Every one of these geniuses was an extraordinary individual, yet there would only be about a handful of players who could successfully learn a God-ranked mana technique or an advanced silver combat technique from the ancient river secret land each year. While Shifeng knew that Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were very talented at manipulating mana, he still found it incredulous that both of them had successfully learned the mana technique that only the old demon during his previous life had managed to learn. We've learned it," Midsummer said, nodding. However, aside from feeling excited, she also revealed a look of confusion as she added, "But what's recorded on this steel doesn't seem to be a mana technique. Not a mana technique." Shifeng was even more surprised now. The old demon who joined Demon's Gate was famous throughout the entire Starlight Realm during Shifeng's previous life. Meanwhile, either the old demon thought that nobody else could learn the mana cohesion method, or because the old demon thought the mana technique was no longer worth anything to him, but he had willingly revealed the mana cohesion method's existence during an interview with the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, ever since the old demon broke the news, the ancient river kingdom's ancient river secret land had become a tourist attraction for many young geniuses in the Starlight Realm. Countless geniuses sought to learn the mana cohesion method that had allowed the old demon to become famous throughout the Starlight Realm. Unfortunately, apart from the old demon, nobody else had ever managed to learn the mana cohesion method. As a result, the mana technique eventually became irrelevant in the Starlight Realm. Knowing this, Shifeng never expected any good news when he told Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao to try and learn the mana cohesion method. Yet now, not only did the two girls successfully learn the mana technique, but they were also telling him that whatever was recorded on the ancient steel wasn't actually a mana technique. Unless his memories were playing tricks on him, he was certain that the ancient steel before him was the same one mentioned by the old demon during his previous life. It seems to be a set of secret arts called the Four Gods secret art. Moreover, after we learned the secret art, the steel spat out these two things for us. Midsummer said before taking out two finger-sized gold pieces. Not only did the two gold pieces radiate a dazzling glow, but they also exuded a frightening divine might. The Four Gods secret art. And these are divine, eternal gold. Sure Fong was shocked when he saw the gold pieces Midsummer took out. Are these things amazing, Guild Leader Black Flame? Midsummer curiously asked when she saw the surprised look on Shifeng's face. From what she and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned about the Four Gods secret art, this secret art set wasn't all that powerful. Rather than mana techniques that improved players' combat power, the Four Gods secret art was closer to special items that improved players' combat power. This was great and all, but there was a problem in that the Four Gods secret art was split into four parts that corresponded to the four major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, only up to 4 players could learn the Four Gods secret art. Currently, Midsummer had only grasped the earth elements part, while Wu Xiaoxiao had only grasped the water elements part. To further complicate matters, they needed to expend a large amount of mana of corresponding elements to receive this improvement. If they tried to use items that contained an aggregate of mana, such as magic crystals and mana stones, as fuel, the improvements they would receive would be very small. If they wished to receive significant improvements, they would have to use attributed magic crystals or highly valuable 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, even if they used 7 luminaries crystals to fuel the Four Gods secret art, they would only receive a 100% boost to skills and spells. While it might be a significant increase, it was by no means a worthwhile trade-off. Rather than learn the Four Gods secret art, they'd rather learn a god-ranked mana technique. As for the gold pieces the steel spat out, they might exude divine might, but they could only be regarded as ordinary legendary materials. According to their item introduction, they could only be used to increase the forging success rate of weapons and equipment. Even then, the most they could do was increase the forging success rate of fragmented legendary items by 10%. Amazing? They're far more than just amazing, Shifeng said, feeling a little exasperated when he saw the indifferent look on Midsummer's face. Setting aside how useful the divine eternal gold is in weapon and equipment production, just the Four Gods secret art you've learned is of immense value. The Four Gods secret art is one of the Starlight Realm's 6 great secret arts, and users of the secret art can rely on it to transcend tiers. Secret arts were different from combat techniques and mana techniques. They were special methods of using items in God's domain. Among the Starlight Realm's secret arts, 6 were recorded in the Starlight Realm's Great Library as great secret arts. According to legends, these 6 great secret arts could rival gold combat techniques. So long as a player could fully grasp one of these 6 great secret arts, they would have the ability to transcend tiers. Moreover, unlike mana techniques and combat techniques, secret arts placed very little burden on their users' concentration. They relied mainly on external items for fuel. The Four Gods secret art was the greatest achievement of the God of 4 elements. If players were to use only 1 out of 4 elements to execute the secret art, the effect they could exhibit would be weak. However, as the number of elements used to execute the Four Gods secret art increased, the greater the secret art's effect would become. Many powers in the Starlight Realm had expended countless manpower and resources to search for the 6 great secret arts. However, none of them had ever managed to come up with any powers. Yet, now Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned one of these 6 great secret arts. Even if it was only a portion, it would still give the Starlight Realm's various powers high blood pressure if they learned about it. By the way, in the time you were gone, many things happened in the secret land. Guild Leader Black Flame, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly said in an urgent tone. Just an hour ago, the 7th qualifier had already appeared. The 7th qualifier. Feng was stunned to hear this. The official phase of the rookie competition had a 3-day duration. It hadn't even been half a day since the official phase began, yet 7 players had already qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. Although there were many heroic spirits in the secret land, they weren't everywhere. Originally, Feng thought that with several dozen teams competing over these heroic spirits, it should take at least 2 days for the first qualifier to appear. Yet, now, 7 qualifiers had already appeared in just a little more than 10 hours. This speed was simply astonishing. Moreover, the fact that 7 people had already qualified meant only 3 slots left to enter the ancient river's heart. While Feng was in a daze, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to Player Saint 3 for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 8th person qualified to enter the ancient river's heart. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Mutated Heroic Spirit. Chapter 336, Mutated Heroic Spirit, following the system announcement. The atmosphere across the ancient river's secret land tensed up significantly. The audiences spectating the broadcast of the rookie competition also went into an uproar. Are these people really human? The first qualifier usually only appears on the 2nd day or later in past rookie competitions. Yet, 8 qualifiers have already appeared, even though only 10 hours have gone by in the competition this time. How are other people supposed to compete against them? Most of the parties led by the kingdom's 10 great paragons have only collected around 30 to 40 heroic spirit remnants thus far. Yet those 8 qualifiers have collected 100 already. Just how fast are their parties in killing heroic spirits? It's not surprising. After all, monsters like the Myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated Battle Maniac Cross are participating in this competition. The 8 qualifiers are basically a group of monsters. The fight for number 1 is definitely going to be worth seeing later on. Indeed, any one of these 8 qualifiers could have easily secured first place in past competitions. Now, all 8 of them have appeared at the same time. Who among them will emerge victorious is anyone's guess. How strange. What happened to the Azura Sword Emperor? Didn't he defeat Markless Blade? Black Flame might have defeated Markless Blade, but Markless Blade is still slightly inferior to the 8 qualifiers. In my opinion, Black Flame could, at best, get into the top 20. The spectators started a heated discussion when they saw the birth of the 8th qualifier. The quality of the rookie competition's participants this time was vastly superior to those of past competitions. It was especially so for the veteran paragons. Although the various kingdoms' young paragons were by no means weak, those veteran paragons showed everyone with their performances that even with the passing of time, they wouldn't allow younger paragons and geniuses to overtake them easily. Meanwhile, out of the 8 players who qualified to enter the ancient river's heart, the ones who had attracted the most attention from the spectating audience were the Myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated Battle Maniac. During their generation, both of them were known to be invincible among Tier 4 players. However, as the two had never fought each other, nobody knew which one of them was stronger. Now, though, an opportunity had come for them to fight. Hence, everyone was eager to see who was stronger. Would it be Empress Blood Arrow? Or would it be the undefeated Battle Maniac? While the spectators were discussing the 8 qualifiers, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao revealed gloomy expressions. Search bit ly/3TFS4P4 for the original. Feng's goal in participating in the rookie competition this time was to get into the top 10 and enter the ancient river's heart. Now, however, 8 out of the 10 entry slots had already been occupied. Moreover, judging by how quickly the 8 slots were taken up, it shouldn't be long before the 9th and 10th qualifiers appeared as well. How quick of them, Shifeng said, taking a deep breath. It seems we'll have to act ahead of time. Act ahead of time? Midsummer looked at Shifeng in confusion. Do you mean killing heroic spirits? No matter how Midsummer racked her brain, she simply couldn't figure out how they could secure a spot among the top 10 before the 2 remaining slots were taken. Although she and Wu Xiaoxiao could now enhance their combat power if they spent 7 Luminaries crystals to use the 4 gods' secret art, the boost wasn't enough to let them catch up to the other participants. No, Shifeng shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "Our targets are the other parties." Other parties? Midsummer was stunned. Robbing players was indeed the quickest way to collect heroic spirit remnants. However, doing so came with great risks. It was especially so now that the competition had already reached the halfway point. If they tried to rob a party, there was a high chance a third party would take advantage of the situation to eliminate them. At the start of the competition, all parties had killed hardly any heroic spirits, so they wouldn't have many heroic spirit remnants in their possession. Unless there existed a grudge between 2 parties, it wouldn't be worthwhile for parties to fight each other. However, at this point, every party had already killed quite a few heroic spirits, so they should have many heroic spirit remnants in their possession. If 2 parties were to start clashing in this situation, the commotion caused would definitely tempt nearby parties to take advantage of the situation. So if their party of 3 were to attack other parties now, not only would they risk getting no heroic spirit remnants for their efforts, but they might even risk the elimination of their party. "Don't worry," Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the worry on Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's faces. Then he took out 2,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal from his bag and handed each girl 1,000, saying, "With our party strength, nobody should think of taking advantage of us." If it was before Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned the 4 gods' secret art, Shifeng wouldn't have chosen to attack other parties since they would risk getting attacked by numerous parties. If the number of enemies became too overwhelming, even he would be powerless to resist. After all, most of the parties that had gotten into the official phase were extraordinary. They had a bunch of life-saving methods. If they used these life-saving methods to drag out the fight, there'd be nothing he could do against them once he expended all his trump cards. However, it was a different story now that Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao had learned the 4 gods' secret art. "Time is running out, so let's move quickly," Shifeng said as he turned to a direction with obvious mana fluctuations. Then he swiftly ran in that direction. Seeing this, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao exchanged looks before gritting their teeth and chasing after Shifeng. Currently, apart from robbing other players, there wasn't any other way they could collect 100 heroic spirit remnants within a short time. So they had no choice but to take some risks. A few minutes later, Shifeng's party of 3 arrived under a cliff, and the mana fluctuations they sensed came from the top of the cliff. Currently, over 30 players could be seen on top of the cliff. Although these players clearly came from different parties, they were not fighting each other. Instead, they were working together to take on several heroic spirits with little HP remaining. Moreover, these players all wore joyful and excited looks on their faces. That is a mutated hero. Shifeng was shocked and confused when he saw the leader of the group of heroic spirits. Ancient heroic spirit, mutant tier 4 great wizard, level 145 HP 5 billion. Mutants were special monsters in God's domain. Unlike normal monsters, mutated monsters didn't have their movements restricted to specific areas. In addition, they could also continuously grow stronger, meaning the more monsters and players they killed, the stronger they would become. There were 22 monsters that should never be provoked in the greater God's domain. Or, more specifically, there were 22 monsters that even ancient gods were helpless against, let alone players. When faced with these 22 monsters, even the various apex powers would have to run away. In their current state, any one of these 22 monsters was capable of single-handedly destroying an entire realm. Many gods' domains had also faced destruction at the hands of these 22 monsters. Meanwhile, among these 22 monsters, more than half were mutants. Initially, these mutants were incredibly weak, with some even starting at only Tier 3. However, as they continuously grew stronger, they eventually became invincible existences in God's domain. However, in exchange for their unrestricted growth, mutants would drop incredibly lucrative rewards when killed. Normally, a mutant would drop items one tier above their current tier. Mutants found in the greater God's domain would even drop unique items. These unique items would differ depending on the mutant's tier. The quality of a mutant's loot would also differ significantly according to its tiers. Normally, a Tier 4 mutant would drop items between the epic and legendary rank, while Tier 5 mutants would drop fragmented divine artifacts, and Tier 6 mutants would drop divine artifacts. Quick, the mutant is about to die. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Twin Goddesses Debut. Chapter 337, Twin Goddesses Debut. At the reminder of one of the players on the cliff, the other 30-plus experts raised their attentiveness. The mutant's HP has already fallen below 10%. Commander, should we get ready to use our trump card now? Lightning Chaser, who was attacking an ordinary heroic spirit on the side, anxiously whispered to Desolate Fury, who was blocking the attacks of the same heroic spirit with his shield. Let's wait a little longer, Desolate Fury said. When he saw that over 20 people were attacking the mutated heroic spirit, a hint of anxiety also appeared in his eyes. We'll use it when the mutant's HP falls under 2%. We only have one chance. If we fail, we'll really be leaving this rookie competition with nothing to show for our efforts. But the other parties, Lightning Chaser said worriedly as he looked at the other parties nearby. The mutated heroic spirit was incredibly powerful, and no individual party could defeat it. As a result, the various parties here had formed a tacit agreement to work together and not attack each other before the mutated heroic spirit was taken down. Should any party violate this implicit agreement, the other parties would work together to eliminate the offending party. However, this also meant that the mutated heroic spirit's death would signal the various parties to start attacking each other. Currently, their party of two no longer had any hopes of competing for the top 20 spots. In fact, this was the case for 80% of the parties here. This meant that these parties would most likely leave the rookie competition empty-handed. Now that a Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit had appeared before these parties, they would definitely use everything they could to secure its loot, just like how their party of two was prepared to use their strongest trump card. However, if another party used its trump card first and secured the loot, there'd be nothing anyone could do about it. When players died in the ancient River Secret Land's central zone, only half of the heroic spirit remnants they collected were guaranteed to drop. As for the other items they looted, there was only a chance that these items would drop on their death. It wasn't a guaranteed drop. Hence, the mutated heroic spirit's death became the key moment to snatch its loot. The more precise they could time the mutated heroic spirit's death, the greater their chances of snatching its loot. If they took action too soon or too late, there was a high chance the other parties would hinder them. Their party of two's trump card was a Tier 5 magic scroll. It was even a magic scroll for Meltdown, the strongest single-target fire-attributed Tier 5 spell. One hit from this spell could heavily injure even a legendary monster. However, nobody knew how much damage the spell could do to a Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit. After all, mutants were extremely rare, and there was no data they could reference. While Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury were whispering, the mutated heroic spirit's HP fell steadily. 9%, 8%, 7%. As the mutated heroic spirit's HP decreased, the tension among the various parties grew. Some parties holding back the ordinary heroic spirits had also started to move closer to the mutated heroic spirit. Commander Mantra, Commander Silent, more than 50 people have gathered nearby already. Should we take action in advance? Marshal Quad Beast of the Iron Lion Kingdom whispered to Glorious Mantra and Silent Saintus after taking a look at the situation on the cliff. The mutant's HP is still too high. We can afford to wait until its HP is at 4%, Glorious Mantra said. He had similarly noticed the increased number of experts on the cliff. However, he simply smiled and continued, "The other parties won't expect us to work together. If the three of us act simultaneously, we can take away 4% of the mutant's HP instantly. Even if the other parties use their trump cards, they can, at most, take 2 or 3% of the mutant's HP. That might be the case, but with so many people gathered here, can we really get away safely afterward?" Marshal Quadbeast said as he glanced at some of the experts hiding in the surroundings. "If those people lose their minds and dump all their trump cards on us, there's no way the three of us can survive." It was true that the three of them had combat power at the Tier 5 standard. Even the Titan behemoth responsible for tanking the mutated heroic spirit was his summoned beast. However, they would still be reduced to ashes in an instant if they were subjected to the various parties' rampant bombardment. It should be known that their goal wasn't just to acquire the mutated heroic spirit's loot. They were also aiming to get into the rookie competition's top 20. Hence, unlike the other parties, they couldn't afford to die. "Do not worry. My silent death will ensure nobody can stop us from escaping," Silent Saintus said confidently. "Silent death." Marshal Quad Beast relaxed significantly when he heard Silent Saintus's words. Silent Death was a Tier 4 super spell that could put all enemies within a 500-yard radius into a silent state. In this state, not only would players be prohibited from using skills and spells, but they would also be prohibited from using any tools. In addition, targets affected by Silent Death would also have their reaction speed sharply reduced. Moreover, unlike other silencing skills and spells, Silent Death would not put the same restriction on the user or the user's teammates. It would only restrict the user's opponents. So, it was an incredibly rare and powerful super spell, and the spellbook for it was far more valuable than even fragmented legendary items. Although Silent Death came with a severe flaw in that it only had a short duration of 6 seconds, it was still a super spell that countless magical class players sought to learn. This was because 6 seconds was enough for an expert to do many things. It was even enough for an expert to kill a player multiple times. In addition, Silent Death did not require any chanting. It could be extended just like a mana domain. When the mutated heroic spirit's HP fell to 5%, 3 figures suddenly broke out of the rank of players attacking the mutant from range and approached the mutant at flying speeds. Who are those people? How dare they take action at this time? Are they tired of living? When everyone saw the 3 figures approaching the mutated heroic spirit, nobody bothered to stop them. Instead, everyone simply laughed as they looked at the 3 figures. There were nearly 20 parties gathered here currently, but none of them were confident in instant killing the mutated heroic spirit when it had 5% of its HP remaining. So if someone could step forward to shave off some of the mutated heroic spirit's HP for them, they'd be able to use their trump card to instantly kill the mutant and get the best timing to snatch the mutant's loot. As to what would happen to the 3 impatient players, they would definitely be bombarded into smithereens by the various parties' trump cards. "Attack!" shouted the male swordsman standing in the lead, suddenly shouted as the three figures arrived before the mutated heroic spirit. He's Black Flame. Why did they decide to act at this time? Many people recognized Black Flame's appearance and couldn't help but be confused as to why Black Flame would make a move so soon. Not good. Kill them. Marshal Quad Beast instinctively shouted when he saw Black Flame. Other people might not know exactly how powerful the Azure Sword Emperor was, but Marshal Quad Beast did. If it was Black Flame, the man might very well have a method to instantly shave off 5% of the mutated heroic spirit's HP. Too late. When Shi Feng saw the mythic-ranked Titan Behemoth turning away from the mutated heroic spirit to attack him, he simply ignored it and let its claw descend upon him. When the Titan Behemoth's claw was 5 yards from reaching Shi Feng, the two girls who had been chanting and drawing divine runes beside Shi Feng all this time suddenly raised the staves they wielded. Immediately, 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal in Midsummer's and Wu Xiaoxiao's bags transformed into a stream of mana that flowed into the divine runes they drew. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Shorterl. At /MCUX, Tier 4 spell, Crumbling Earth, Tier 4 spell, Water Spout. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Mutants Rewards. Chapter 338, Mutants Rewards. TL Notes. 1. Changed Crumbling Earth to Rumbling Earth. 2. Important I wrongly misinterpreted the Ross in Chapter 335. Fixed it now. And below are the changes I've made. Incorrect version. This was great and all, but there was a problem in that the 4 gods' secret art was split into 4 parts that corresponded to the 4 major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, only up to 4 players could learn the 4 gods' secret art. Corrected version. This was great and all, but there was a problem in that the 4 gods' secret art was split into 4 parts that corresponded to the 4 major elements, and each part enhanced only one specific element. Moreover, each part could only be learned by 1 player, and up to a maximum of 4 players could learn the 4 gods' secret art. Are they crazy? Lightning Chaser was stunned by the spells Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao used. Do they think they can instantly kill the mutated heroic spirit and block the Titan Behemoth's attack with only Tier 4 spells? The mutated heroic spirit might be a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but it was still a mutant. In terms of overall strength, the Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit was comparable to legendary monsters. Although the mutated heroic spirit was far less durable than legendary monsters, it could attack using various combinations of spells, achieving attacks far stronger than the average legendary monster. Moreover, as a great wizard, the mutated heroic spirit possessed incredibly high magic resistance. The mutant's magic resistance was so high that ordinary Tier 4 spells could hardly damage it, let alone take away 5% of its HP in one fell swoop. Stopping the Titan Behemoth's attack with only Tier 4 spells was also a joke. The Titan Behemoth might only be at the mythic rank, but its bloodline allowed it to have strength at the Tier 5 standard. This was also why the Titan Behemoth could hold its ground against the mutated heroic spirit. If any Tier 4 metric tons tried to tank the mutated heroic spirit, they would have long since been reduced to ashes. When Lightning Chaser thought Shi Feng's party of 3 was going to get killed by the Titan Behemoth's attack, the ground suddenly shook as if a magnitude 8 earthquake was taking place. Then, the ground several hundred yards around the Titan Behemoth cracked and burst apart, sending everyone but Shi Feng's party flying into the air. Even the Titan Behemoth's massive frame was sent airborne. After the earth exploded, a stream of energy shot out of the shattered ground and struck the defensive spell the mutated heroic spirit had cast to protect itself. Meanwhile, not only did this stream of energy instantly shatter the defensive spell, but it also rapidly reduced the mutant's HP. How is this possible? It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Shortle. At /MCOX. Is this really the rumbling earth I know? Everyone was stunned by what they saw, whether it be the experts on the battlefield or the players spectating from the outside world. Rumbling Earth was a widely available Tier 4 spell in the Greater Gods domain. Because of this, even newcomers who had only come into contact with God's domain recently knew about the spell and its details. However, compared to the Rumbling Earth everyone knew, the one they had just seen Midsummer cast felt like an entirely different spell. For a moment, everyone even suspected that what Midsummer had cast wasn't actually the Tier 4 Rumbling Earth, but some Tier 5 spell they didn't know about. Otherwise, how could they explain the scale and power of Midsummer's Rumbling Earth? While the mutated heroic spirit's HP was continuously decreasing, the sky suddenly darkened and the sound of thunder echoed throughout the entire ancient river secret land. At the same time, countless water droplets formed in a 500-yard radius around the mutated heroic spirit. Then, before anyone could react, these water droplets congregated around the mutated heroic spirit. In the blink of an eye, a waterspout with a height of nearly 1,000 meters appeared before everyone's eyes. The water droplets forming the waterspout were akin to sharp blades capable of cutting apart even space. Surrounded by these water droplets, the mutated heroic spirit was utterly incapable of defending itself. As a result, damage values in the thousands rapidly appeared above the mutant's head, one after another. Combined with the constant stream of energy rising from the ground, it took only a second before the mutated heroic spirit lost all of its HP. The mutant's death happened so quickly that nobody present had any time to react. This impossible. Since when did the Tier 4 waterspout become so strong? Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the dead, mutated heroic spirit and the deformed cliff. Not only did Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao deform the entire cliff with only 2 Tier 4 spells, but they also used these same spells to instantly remove 5% of the mutated heroic spirit's HP. Moreover, this was only because the mutated heroic spirit only had 5% of its HP remaining. Otherwise, Midsummer's Rumbling Earth and Wu Xiaoxiao's waterspout could have caused even more damage. At this time, the various experts present weren't the only ones dumbfounded by this scene. Even Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were shocked by the effects of their own spells. Is this the power of the 4 gods' secret art? Midsummer thought, feeling flabbergasted as she looked at the results her Rumbling Earth produced. After being enhanced by the 4 gods' secret art, Rumbling Earth, an ordinary Tier 4 spell, had managed to exhibit power close to rivaling that of Tier 5 curses. This result was completely different from the secret art's description. Right now, Midsummer suspected she could even fight against an actual Tier 5 player, so long as she had the 4 gods' secret art. Of course, that was under the precondition that she had enough 7 Luminaries crystals. It cost 200 units of 7 Luminaries crystal just to enhance one attack. Not even hegemonic powers would dare to fool around with the 4 gods' secret art. After all, it was very normal for a battle between 2 Tier 5 players to involve dozens or hundreds of exchanges unless there was a significant gap, as expected of one of the 6 great secret arts. It can already achieve such power with only 2 people using it together. If 4 people use it together, even an expert with a gold combat technique mastered would have to run away, Shi Feng thought as he looked at the ruined cliff. Every one of the Starlight Realm's 6 great secret arts was only mentioned in legends. Nobody had ever seen the 6 great secret arts' true effects and power. Everyone only knew that they rivaled gold combat techniques. However, after seeing Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao using the four gods' secret art, Shi Feng felt that the six great secret arts might be even more powerful than the legends described. At this moment, Shi Feng even suspected that the old demon back then had already secretly gathered four people to learn the four gods' secret art. Hence, he dared to reveal the so-called mana cohesion method to the public. Either that, or he had intended to spread the information so that he could get enough people to learn the four gods' secret art. After all, if the four gods' secret art was already so powerful with only two people using it, if four people used the secret art together, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them invincible among Tier 6 players. While everyone was shocked, a purple glow enveloped Shi Feng, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao as all three of them leveled up to level 140. The mutant is dead. Snatch the loot. Quick, don't let the three of them get the loot. Upon seeing Shi Feng's group of three level up, everyone promptly snapped out of their daze and focused their attention on the items falling out of the sky. The mutated heroic spirit dropped over 100 items on its death, and every one of these items radiated powerful mana and aura, an indicator that these items were extraordinary. Currently, however, Shi Feng's party was not only the closest to the loot, but the trio had also grasped the timing of the loot's appearance the most accurately out of everyone. The trio had charged at the dropped items as soon as they appeared and started frenziedly grabbing items out of the air. Damn it! We're a step too late. Let's join forces to kill them. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving with any loot. Okay, let's kill them together. Immediately, everyone steeled their resolves and tacitly used their trump cards at Shi Feng's party of three simultaneously. TL notes: if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Replica Fragmented Divine Artifact. Chapter 339, Replica Fragmented Divine Artifact. Upon seeing Shi Feng's party of three move for the items that were slowly falling out of the sky, the 50-plus players on the cliff promptly took action, using either Tier 5 magic scrolls or consumables that could exhibit power at the Tier 5 standard. In the blink of an eye, 7 Tier 5 spells and 5 Tier 5 tools were used. Among the consumables used, there was even the Tier 5 Annihilation Thunderbolt, the Tier 5 Sanctioning Flames, and the Tier 5 Aurora Spear. When Shi Feng saw all these Tier 5 attacks, even he couldn't help but be a little astonished. Tier 5 magic scrolls were extremely precious even in the greater god's domain. Even the cheapest Tier 5 magic scroll was close to rivaling fragmented legendary items in value. As for the Tier 5 consumables, they were priced exactly the same as fragmented legendary items, and even the various hegemonic powers had very few of these items. Yet, this time, 7 Tier 5 magic scrolls and 5 Tier 5 consumables were used. Not even the various hegemonic powers would dare to be so wasteful. Put up your defenses. A quick look at Shorterl at /MCEOX will leave you more fulfilled. When the 12 Tier 5 attacks were within 20 yards of Shi Feng's party, Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao simultaneously finished chanting their respective incantations. Tier 4 defensive spell, Omniguard. Tier 4 defensive spell, Ocean's Wall. As soon as the two cast their defensive spells, another 200 units of 7 luminaries crystal disappeared from each of their bags. At the same time, 2 barriers formed around Shi Feng's party. One was made of rocks, while the other was made of seawater. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the Tier 5 spells and Tier 5 consumables collided with the 2 barriers, the impact resulting in an explosion that instantly turned the sky into a dark void and sent all players within a 100-yard radius flying. The sound of the explosion also echoed throughout the entire ancient River Secret Land's central zone. Amazing! I didn't think a bunch of Tier 5 magic scrolls being used together could achieve such an effect. The destructive power of this attack is already on par with the bombardment of a party of Tier 5 Grand Wizards. What a pity! I thought Black Flame could get into the top 10 and compete against those paragons. Now, it seems that won't be possible. Whether it was the various powers geniuses responsible for using the Tier 5 magic scrolls and consumables or the players spectating the battle's broadcast, everyone couldn't help but gasp at the sight before them. There was no doubt that this rookie competition was the most exciting instance out of all rookie competitions held in the ancient River Kingdom. Even the myriad Forest Empire's Battle of Geniuses paled compared to the gathering of paragons in this rookie competition. Sure enough, none of the parties here should be underestimated. Glorious Mantras, martial quadbeasts, and silent saintesses' hearts pounded as they looked at the huge cloud of dust before them. Even if the three of them worked together, they would probably be obliterated if they had to go up against so many Tier 5 attacks simultaneously. After all, even the average Tier 5 player would have difficulty reacting to so many Tier 5 attacks, let alone Tier 4 players. However, just when everyone was getting ready to charge forward and compete for the mutated heroic spirits loot, the dust cloud settled, and the scene that entered everyone's eyes stunned them. They didn't die. At this time, the two barriers made of rocks and seawater could be seen crumbling apart in the air. However, the three figures hovering behind the destroyed barriers remained perfectly intact. When Lightning Chaser and Desolate Fury saw this, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. For a moment, they even suspected they weren't looking at Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao, but two people disguised as Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao instead. They simply couldn't believe that the two girls had managed to defend against 12 Tier 5 attacks. How close? Sweat rolled down Wu Xiaoxiao's forehead as she looked at the disintegrating barriers in front of her. Had we failed to perfectly merge Omniguard and Ocean's Wall this time, we would have definitely been killed. It's fortunate that we would normally practice combining defensive spells, although the Four Gods' secret art allowed them to exhibit Tier 5 effects with their Tier 4 spells. There was a limit to what a Tier 5 defensive spell could do against Tier 5 attacks. Not to mention, every one of the 5 Tier 5 consumables was on par with Tier 5 destruction spells in terms of power. Just one of these Tier 5 consumables was enough to overwhelm the average Tier 5 defensive spell. Fortunately, after arriving in the Greater Gods domain, Wu Xiaoxiao would often fight alongside Midsummer and occasionally combine their spells to achieve stronger effects. This allowed them to combine their 2 Tier 4 defensive spells perfectly and enhance their spell's power significantly, which, in turn, allowed them to just barely defend against the bombardment of Tier 5 attacks. Had their coordination been weaker or had their opponents launched more Tier 5 attacks, their defenses would have most certainly failed to protect them. This can't continue. I highly doubt our combination spell will be enough to stop their next attack, Midsummer said, her complexion turning slightly pale when she saw that the various parties down below were getting ready to launch another round of attacks. At this time, the many experts present had clearly realized that their attack just now was slightly off the mark. Hence, more than 10 parties have taken out Tier 5 magic scrolls now. Glorious Mantra had even brought out a silver combat puppet. A silver combat puppet. So long as players entered a silver combat puppet, they would immediately gain Tier 5 combat power. A silver combat puppet was superior to even legendary monsters when it came to strength and defense. Not even a real Tier 5 player would dare to trade blows with a silver combat puppet. When Martial Quad Beast and Silent Saintess saw Glorious Mantra's silver combat puppet, they were greatly surprised. Neither of them had expected Glorious Mantra to have such a frightening trump card hidden. A silver combat puppet, is it? When Shi Feng saw Glorious Mantra's trump card, He quietly took out one of the pieces of divine, eternal gold Midsummer had given to him. Then he said to Midsummer, "And Wu Xiao Xiao, I'll stop them while you two collect the loot." This Midsummer was at a loss for words when she heard Shifeng's command. It should be known that they were going up against a silver combat puppet and over 10 Tier 5 magic scrolls. No matter how she looked at it, this wasn't an attack any Tier 4 player could defend against alone. However, since this was Shifeng's command, Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao promptly did as they were told. Don't even think about getting the loot so easily. Before Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao could reach for the loot around them, Glorious Mantra charged at them in his silver combat puppet. The Cursemancer was not at all worried about the various parties that were about to activate their Tier 5 magic scrolls. Devour. After Shifeng took a look at the fast-approaching silver combat puppet, he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night. Immediately afterward, the divine eternal gold in his hand melted and transformed into a shining golden longsword. Formless sword. It was one of the 2 additional profound inheritances attached to the Winter of Eternal Night. It allowed him to convert any object in the world into a sword. Combined with what he had learned during his previous life from studying forging design for the Eternal Ashes, a fragmented divine artifact, he had created a replica of the Eternal Ashes during his previous life. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, One Sword to Silence Them All. Chapter 340, One Sword to Silence Them All. Does Black Flame really think he can stop a silver combat puppet all by himself? He's probably trying to buy time. After all, there are so many people targeting his party right now. It's only natural he would try to secure as much of the loot as possible. I would do the same in his shoes. The opportunity to join the Galaxy Conglomerate's invitational competition might be great, but getting into the competition and actually winning an invitation are 2 entirely different stories. Rather than gamble for the small chance of winning an invitation, it'd be much better to just secure a few of the items dropped by the mutated heroic spirit. A Tier 4 mutated heroic spirit's loot is better than even that of Tier 5 legendary world bosses. If he's lucky, he might even get a few fragmented legendary items. When everyone saw Shifeng trying to stop the silver combat puppet by himself, they shook their heads at the futility of his struggle. At the same time, though, they couldn't help but look at him enviously. The silver combat puppet possessed strength superior to even Tier 5 berserkers. No matter how powerful Shifeng was, he was still only a Tier 4 player. If he tried to clash with the silver combat puppet head-on, he would definitely be sent flying and open to attacks. However, Shifeng didn't really have a choice. The silver combat puppet's target was Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao. If Shifeng didn't intercept the silver combat puppet, the 2 girls would be instantly killed should they let it reach them. This, in turn, meant that Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao wouldn't be available to stop the next wave of Tier 5 spells. As for Glorious Mantra, because he had the silver combat puppet's protection, he wasn't worried about the bombardment of Tier 5 spells at all. At worst, his silver combat puppet would lose some of its durability. Search bit ly/3TFS4P4 for the original. So, for the sake of acquiring more loot, Shifeng had no choice but to take the initiative to stop the silver combat puppet. Otherwise, he'd be killed for nothing. Of course, if Shifeng's action allowed Midsummer and Wu Xiao Xiao to grab a few fragmented legendary items, any sacrifices he made here would be worthwhile. It should be known that fragmented legendary items were precious to the various powers. Even hegemonic powers could only afford to give their peerless geniuses 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items when they were at Tier 4. Meanwhile, the more fragmented legendary items a Tier 4 player possessed, the more easily the player could get promoted to Tier 5. The Tier 5 promotion required players to collect all sorts of legacy guidances. Apart from the peerless geniuses of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and apex powers, the peerless geniuses and paragons of all other powers had to search for their legacy guidances on their own if they wanted to get promoted to Tier 5. Because of this, individual strength was very important for Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, the strength of a Tier 4 player was largely dependent on their weapons and equipment. At Tier 4 and Tier 5, even the difference of one fragmented legendary item could result in a significant difference in basic attributes. While everyone was discussing Shifeng's actions and decisions, the silver combat puppet suddenly swung several dozen punches at Shifeng. The silver combat puppet was 10 meters tall, and its fists were the size of houses. Adding on its strength that was at the Tier 5 peak standard, the silver combat puppet quickly transformed the space around it into a dark void with its several dozen punches. The power of its flurry of punches was vastly stronger than an attack from a Tier 5 magic scroll. Do you think you're invincible just because you defeated Markless Blade? Glorious Mantra sneered as he watched the silver combat puppet's fists rapidly overlapping with Shifeng's figure. In terms of combat standards and basic attributes, Glorious Mantra admitted that he was inferior to Markless Blade. However, the outcome of fights between players out in the fields wasn't decided based solely on these two factors. The various tools players wielded also played an important role. Combat puppets were strategic weapons designed for war. In the case of silver combat puppets, they were slaughter machines often used by the various hegemonic powers when they waged war against each other. A silver combat puppet could even go up against a group of Tier 5 players, let alone one Tier 4 player. Boom, boom, boom. When the silver combat puppet's large fists fell on Shifeng's body, the sound of metal ringing appeared in a series and echoed throughout the entire mountaintop. Sparks also flew everywhere, brightening the dim sky a little. This impossible, Glorious Mantra gaped in shock when he saw Shifeng blocking the silver combat puppet's attacks and coming out unscathed. He had used a combination of the silver combat puppet's strength and his Storm Strike, a silver combat technique, to attack Shifeng. Not only did this combination allow him to exhibit power at the Tier 5 Apex standard with every punch, but it also enabled him to attack at the rate of a Tier 5 player. Even a paragon like Markless Blade would be instantly killed by such an attack. Yet, Shifeng had resisted the attacks without taking any damage. However, before Glorious Mantra could recover from his shock, the surrounding parties had already used their Tier 5 magic scrolls and Tier 5 consumables. Immediately, more than 20 Tier 5 spells flew at Shifeng's party, the combined might of the attacks vastly greater than the first round of attacks. Even the Storm Strike executed by the silver combat puppet paled in comparison. When Shifeng saw the oncoming Tier 5 spells, he began brandishing the golden longsword he wielded at the attacks. Immediately, over 20 dazzling sword lights cut through the Tier 5 spells one after another, causing them to disintegrate. Even the magic arrays maintaining these spells had crumbled and disappeared. Everything's gone. How is this possible? How did he break apart over 20 Tier 5 spells in an instant? Does his sword have some kind of mana destabilization effect? No, not even a mana destabilization effect can destabilize Tier 5 spells completely. It can at most destabilize Tier 4 spells and weaken Tier 5 spells. Everyone present was shocked when they saw the Tier 5 spells disintegrating. It wasn't uncommon to see Tier 4 spells getting destabilized, especially among players of their caliber. However, none of them had ever seen Tier 5 spells getting destabilized before. It should be known that the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 spells wasn't limited to just their power output. the mana composition and density of Tier 5 spells were also on a completely different level. The so-called mana destabilization effect was achieved by using stronger and denser mana to clash with mana of lower strength and density, causing the latter to destabilize and disintegrate. However, Tier 5 spells were made up of near-solid mana. Because of this, it was nigh impossible to destabilize a Tier 5 spell completely. It couldn't be achieved even with mana that had thoroughly achieved a solid state. At most, mana destabilization could destabilize a portion of a Tier 5 spell's mana, thereby weakening it. Yet, the Tier 5 spells before them had disappeared. Since you people have had your turn, it's my turn now. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, Shi Feng swung his replica Eternal Ashes and merged it with the world around him. Holy law! Immediately, stone swords shot out from the ground in a 200-yard radius one after another, every sword carrying power rivaling the punches of the silver combat puppet. Not even Tier 5 players could afford to defend against these stone swords without adequate countermeasures. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 50-plus experts on the battlefield were killed. Some of these experts didn't even manage to react to the sudden attack before they got killed. As for the stronger experts, they only managed to block 1 or 2 stone swords before they got pierced by other stone swords and killed on the spot. Whether it was experts still alive on the battlefield or the players spectating from the outside world, they all fell silent at this moment. It should be known that every player on the battlefield was an extraordinary expert. Every one of them was either a peerless genius or a paragon who had gotten through the rookie competition's preliminaries, and even the weakest among them was a fourth-floor expert. Moreover, they also had many life-saving measures, and even Tier 5 experts would have difficulty killing them. Yet now, Shi Feng had killed nearly 30 of such experts in one move. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Top 10, Determined. Chapter 341, Top 10 Determined. TL Notes. Change the description for Formless Sword. Original, Additional Profound Inheritance 1, Formless Sword. Converts heaven and earth into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the surrounding environment and the magic array constructed by the user. Changed. Additional Profound Inheritance 1, Formless Sword. Converts any object into a temporary sword. The quality of the sword created depends on the object used and the magic array constructed by the user. Sure enough, the Eternal Ashes is an extraordinary weapon, Shi Feng mentally exclaimed when he saw that his attack had killed nearly 30 experts. One of the greatest harvests he had acquired in his previous life was the forging design for the Eternal Ashes. The Eternal Ashes was a fragmented divine artifact whose value rivaled complete divine artifacts. However, it had an absurdly high forging difficulty, and even divine forgers had a frighteningly low success rate at forging it. On top of that, the weapon required many divine artifact rank materials to produce. As a result, it was a weapon that had only ever existed in the form of a forging design. Originally, Shi Feng hadn't been expecting much when he used the pairing of the Eternal Divine Gold and the Eternal Ashes magic array to activate Formless Sword. So, it greatly surprised him when the replica Eternal Ashes turned out to be at the legendary rank. Only, as this replica was created using a profound inheritance and not through a normal weapon production procedure, it didn't come with any skills, apart from some basic attributes. The only other thing that came with the replica Eternal Ashes was the mana immolation effect. Mana immolation was an ability unique to the Eternal Ashes. It was different from the widely known anti-magic and mana destabilization effects. The mana immolation effect allowed the Eternal Ashes to instantly incinerate all mana, even solidified mana. Without the support of mana, it went without saying that a spell could no longer sustain itself. So, just the mana immolation effect alone was already enough to make the Eternal Ashes a godly weapon against all magic. Shifeng had never gotten an opportunity to use the Eternal Ashes or a replica of it in the past, so he never knew how powerful the fragmented divine weapon actually was. After using the replica divine ashes here, though, he realized just how terrifying of a weapon it was. Just the legendary ranked Eternal Ashes was already powerful enough to immolate even Tier 5 spells. Moreover, it wasn't even a complete legendary ranked replica. He couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the fragmented divine artifact ranked Eternal Ashes could be. While Shifeng was lost in his thoughts, the battlefield remained silent. Nobody tried to take advantage of his lapse in attention to attack him. Instead, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him, horrified. Everyone even forgot to compete for the mutated heroic spirits loot. Only after a series of system notifications had appeared did everyone snap out of their dazes. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to player Black Flame for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 9th person qualified to enter the Ancient River's heart. Regional System Announcement. Congratulations to player Midsummer for collecting 100 heroic spirits and becoming the 10th person qualified to enter the Ancient River's heart. Damn it! How can this be? Lightning Chaser's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw the system notifications, his hands subconsciously pulling at his hair out of frustration. Lightning Chaser wasn't surprised that Black Flame had gotten into the top 10. After all, the man had previously defeated Markless Blade. Now, he had even defeated so many experts. Going by the rookie competition's rules, when a player killed other players, they would receive half of the heroic spirit remnants collected by the players they killed. Shifeng had killed nearly 30 experts with his one attack. Even if he could only obtain 20 heroic spirit remnants from each player, he would still receive a total of nearly 600 heroic spirit remnants. However, Midsummer had done nothing but loot items this entire time. Yet, she had gotten into the top 10, fulfilling her previous claim of getting into the top 10. In addition, according to the competition's rules, players of the same party could share the heroic spirit remnants they had collected among themselves. So, the rookie competition's 11th place had most certainly gone to Wu Xiaoxiao. Only, as the 11th ranked player didn't qualify to enter the Ancient River's heart, the system did not announce Wu Xiaoxiao's name. Even so, she had already qualified for the official phase of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. This privilege alone was already enough to make her the envy of all players in the Ancient River Kingdom. It should be known that many Paragons weren't even certain they could get past the preliminaries of the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition. Yet now, Midsummer, and Wu Xiaoxiao got past it without having to do anything. Had Lightning Chaser agreed to form a party with Black Flame initially, he, too, could have joined the Galaxy Conglomerate's official invitational competition as well. He wouldn't need to participate in the even more challenging preliminaries and fight against countless experts. At this moment, Lightning Chaser wasn't the only one envious of Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. The other experts present, particularly Glorious Mantra, Martial Quad Beast, and Silent Saintess, looked at the two girls with a mix of envy and anger coloring their faces. In a one-on-one fight, the three of them were confident they could beat Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao hands down, even if the two girls knew how to use overtier spells. After all, overtier spells were the only things the two girls knew how to use. Given enough time, they could slowly but surely defeat the two girls. Yet, now, the two girls had qualified before them. Xiaoxiao, we passed. We can join the Galaxy Conglomerate's competition. Midsummer exclaimed when she saw the system notification. The Galaxy Conglomerate generally only hosted an invitational competition once every several decades. Setting aside whether they could win the Galaxy conglomerate's prestigious membership, just the opportunity to participate in the official competition alone was already incredibly valuable. After all, this was the perfect stage for them to display themselves to the Starlight Realm's various conglomerates. If they got noticed by a conglomerate, even if it wasn't the Galaxy conglomerate, it would still be enough to change their lives forever. Support us at bit.ly/3TFS4P4. Moreover, the official competition was different from the cruel preliminaries, where one would be eliminated after just one defeat. To ensure the quality of the participants, the official competition adopted a point-based system. That was to say, participants in the official competition could fight against many experts, which could greatly help those looking to improve themselves. There had even been instances of experts failing to get an invitation, even after getting into one of the Galaxy conglomerate's official invitational competitions, but eventually growing into Tier 6 powerhouses, sought after by the various conglomerates because of the growth they managed to achieve from fighting against the many experts during the competition. I get to participate in the competition as well. Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but rub her eyes when she saw the system notifications, her mind finding it hard to believe this situation was real. Although Wu Xiaoxiao had never participated in a conglomerate's invitational competition before, she knew that almost every player who had managed to get into the official phase of a conglomerate's invitational competition was either a peerless genius or a paragon internally nurtured by a hegemonic power. Just the opportunity to participate in an official invitational competition was an honor in and of itself. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to step onto a bigger stage in the greater God's domain. Even if she failed to win anything in the official competition, just the geniuses and paragons she could get to know would significantly help her future development. The Starlight Realm was a very big place, far bigger than any individual God's domain. There were also well over 1,000 kingdoms and empires in the Starlight Realm, and every country had different legacies. Normally, it was impossible for a player to get acquainted with the various peerless geniuses and paragons scattered across the Starlight Realm. However, the Galaxy conglomerate's invitational competitions made this a possibility. If she could get acquainted with some of the participating geniuses and paragons, these people might extend an invitation to her when they come across a fortuitous opportunity in the future. If she could get the help of these geniuses and paragons, she would have a much smoother time developing than if she were to do everything by herself. Only, Wu Xiaoxiao had never thought she could get into the rookie competition's top 20. With how many paragons were participating in the rookie competition this time, she would have been satisfied so long as she could see Shifeng enter the top 10. She never thought that she, too, would qualify for the Galaxy conglomerate's official invitational competition. We've collected all the loot, Brother Black Flame. Should we retreat now? Midsummer quietly asked Shifeng as she swept her gaze across the motionless experts on the battlefield. After Shifeng had slain nearly 30 experts, the remaining experts, including Glorious Mantra and his silver combat puppet, no longer showed any intentions of attacking their party. These experts only stood still and looked at their party of 3. The scene was incredibly strange. No need to retreat, Shifeng said as he scanned his surroundings with a faint smile. They won't dare to attack us anymore. But, Xiao, you'll have to log off to rest until the end of the rookie competition. Currently, he not only possessed the strength to hold back the silver combat puppet, but he also had the ability to instantly kill nearly 30 experts. Everyone present was looking to join the Galaxy conglomerate's official invitational competition, so naturally, nobody was willing to stick out their own neck. As to why he told Wu Xiaoxiao to go offline, it was because he and Midsummer would be teleported to the ancient rivers hard a minute later. Because Wu Xiaoxiao was currently in 11th place in the rookie competition. Unless she died or went offline, she would be in danger until the end of the competition. So, the safest option for her to retain her ranking and the items she just looted would be to go offline. The normal logout procedure had a 30-second waiting time. Moreover, once a player entered a combat state, they would no longer be able to log out normally. Originally, the surrounding experts would never have allowed Wu Xiaoxiao to log out normally. Now, though, that was no longer a concern. Understood. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw that none of the surrounding experts intended to make a move, she swiftly chose to log out of the game. Shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao logged out normally, Shi Feng and Midsummer were teleported to the ancient river's heart. When the several parties approaching the battlefield from a distance saw Glorious Mantra and the other experts doing nothing to stop Wu Xiaoxiao from logging off, they couldn't help but grow confused. Have they lost their minds? Why did they let such a good opportunity get away? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Opponent. Chapter 342, Opponent, Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. Not bad. Not bad. Markless Blade sighed in relief when he saw the scene shown in the combat hall's holographic broadcast. My reputation would be ruined if Black Flame couldn't even get into the top 10. You'd be dead if you let Big Sis Blood Arrow hear this, Markless. The Guild has already issued an ultimatum to show Black Flame the might of Heavenly Boa so that we can convince Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa, the handsome young man watching the broadcast next to Markless Blade said. Now that Black Flame has squeezed into the top 10, his fame is bound to rise even further. It'd be terrible for us if a conglomerate ends up extending an invitation to him. Don't worry. Black Flame won't get away, Markless Blade said with a confident smile. I know what Big Sis Blood Arrow is capable of. It might be a different story if Black Flame failed to get into the top 10, but now that he has gotten in, he'd have to fight against Big Sis Blood Arrow. At that time, he'll come to learn the limit of his abilities. It'll also become easier for me to persuade Gentle Snow. While I agree with you on Big Sis Blood Arrow's strength, I can't say the same for the matter with Gentle Snow. According to our investigations, Gentle Snow seems to share close ties with Black Flame, the handsome youth worriedly said. I don't think teaching Black Flame a lesson will be enough to convince Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa. It might even work against us. Neither the handsome young man nor Markless Blade was concerned that Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja would have trouble teaching Black Flame a lesson. Black Flame's achievement of holding his ground against a silver combat puppet and instantly killing nearly 30 experts might be incredible, but LaRoja could easily replicate these feats and improve on them with the help of her divine Twilight set. The problem was what would happen after LaRoja defeated Black Flame. While they hoped this outcome would make it easier to persuade Gentle Snow to join Heavenly Boa, there was also a high likelihood of it working against them. You don't have to worry about that, Markless Blade said, chuckling. Big Sis Blood Arrow won't make Black Flame lose too badly. Not to mention, Zero Wings Shi Feng has already offended Chen Qitian. Once the City Legion selection ends and the trial battles for official participants begin, Chun Qilin will definitely help Chen Qitian take revenge on Shi Feng. Even if Shi Feng has received the commander's attention, do you think a vice commander like Chun Qilin can't take care of a newcomer? With Chun Qilin's decisive personality, he might even make it impossible for Shi Feng to join any ace battle group. When that happens, so long as you and I offer to help him, our actions will definitely leave a good impression in Gentle Snow. That's a good idea, the handsome youth said, nodding. Shi Feng had humiliated the Dawn-like corporation in Star Lake City, so there was no way Chun Qilin would let him off the hook, even if he shared some ties with Gentle Snow. After all, an undeveloped genius was nothing more than just a genius. Even if Gentle Snow was monstrously talented, it would take her a long time before she could grow into an actual powerhouse. Moreover, while Gentle Snow had a very high chance of becoming a big shot, who could go beyond the realm of mental strength grandmasters in the future, it wasn't a guaranteed matter. Hence, Chun Qilin had no reason to fear Gentle Snow at all. Chun Qilin also didn't need to worry about offending Gentle Snow and being unable to recruit her into the Dawnlight Corporation. Chun Qilin should know that ordinary corporations couldn't afford to recruit a monster-level genius like Gentle Snow. Only pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic powers like Heavenly Boa and stronger powers could offer sufficiently tempting resources and status to Gentle Snow. So, even if Chun Qilin offended Gentle Snow due to his actions against Shifeng, it wouldn't bring any losses to the Dawnlight Corporation. Not to mention, Chun Qilin was a late bloomer. He might not have performed as well as Gentle Snow when he first joined the Star Lake Legion, but he had shown rapid growth after joining the City Legion, and had already become a 2-star mental strength grandmaster. So long as he became a 3-star mental strength grandmaster, with his young age, the status he enjoyed among the various powers could even rival Gentle Snow's status. This gave him even less reason to fear offending Gentle Snow. Most importantly, Star Lake City was the Dawnlight Corporation's roots. If the corporation dared not take action against Shifeng, simply because it feared Gentle Snow, the corporation's future in Star Lake City would be bleak. All of these factors combined made it so that Chun Qilin had to teach Shifeng a lesson. Moreover, there would be nothing Gentle Snow could do about it. But it truly is a pity, even though the top 10 this time are all paragons, the battle inside the ancient river's heart can't be broadcast, Markless Blade said, sighing when he saw the image in the holographic broadcast disappearing. It is indeed a pity, the handsome youth agreed. Rarely would paragons clash with one another. Not to mention, apart from Blood Empress LaRoja, the rookie competition this time also saw the participation of the undefeated Battle Maniac Cross. With these two individuals in the top 10, the finals in the ancient river's heart could be considered the battle of the century. Yet, they couldn't see this battle of the century. It didn't matter even if they were willing to pay a large sum of star coins. The top 10 participants in the ancient river's heart were the only people who could spectate the finals. As for people in the outside world, they would only get to see the final rankings announced in the ancient river secret land. Arg! God damn it! It's the middle of the day, yet we can do nothing but wait until Big Sis Blood Arrow is done with the competition and share with us her battle video. Markless Blade said, feeling even more frustrated than the handsome youth as he looked at the midday sun outside the window. Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja and undefeated Battle Maniac Cross were both regarded as invincible individuals at Tier 4. They were also mostly done with their preparations at Tier 4, and would soon take on the challenge of creating their own Tier 5 epic mana body. Hence, this was most likely the first and last time the two fought each other at Tier 4. If Markless Blade couldn't see the two clashing this time, it was highly unlikely he could get another opportunity to do so. Ancient River Secret Land. Ancient River's heart. 2 beams of light descended outside a majestic temple situated in the middle of the ancient river's heart. Immediately, the 8 figures waiting outside the temple turned to look at the 2 new arrivals. The competition can finally begin. After seeing the arrival of the last 2 participants, a simple-looking man with a lean but powerful body reached for the 2 sharp axes he carried on his back. Then, he turned to look at a female ranger with long pink hair, his eyes burning with the desire to fight. The female ranger also glanced at the simple-looking man clad in dark blue armor, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Immediately afterward, an aura rivaling Tier 5 legendary monsters erupted from her body. As for the other people present, they quietly stepped out of the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger's line of sight. Compared to these 2 people, most of the other people present had an obviously weaker presence. The only person here who could hold a candle to these 2 individuals was a savage-looking young man sitting in the corner. However, This young man only glanced at Shifeng briefly before closing his eyes to rest again. Meanwhile, when Midsummer felt the auras of the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger, her complexion paled significantly. So, they are the two Tier 4 invincibles of the past. Midsummer was greatly shocked by the presence of the berserker and ranger. How am I supposed to fight against these people? Truth be told, Midsummer was rather proud of her current strength. After all, she was more or less a fourth-floor expert in the greater god's domain. Combined with her 120% epic mana body and 4 gods' secret art, she was confident she could hold her ground against even desolate fury. However, when she looked at the simple-looking berserker and pink-haired ranger, feelings of fear and powerlessness overwhelmed her mind and body. She couldn't even begin to fathom the two's current strength and concentration standards. It's natural that you can't beat them in your current state, Shifeng said in response to Midsummer's rhetorical question. Both of them are most likely equipped with items close to rivaling legendary equipment. Both of them have also developed their concentration to the Tier 5 standard already. Items close to rivaling legendary equipment. Tier 5 concentration? Midsummer gaped in shock. With such equipment and concentration standards, Cross and LaRoja could already be put on the same level as veteran Tier 5 powerhouses. While Midsummer was in shock, the sound of a system notification entered everyone's ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3269, Chapter 343, Terror Descends. Chapter 3269, Chapter 343, Terror Descends. Chapter 343, Terror Descends. Regional System Announcement. 10 players have gathered in the ancient river's heart. All 10 players are required to enter the temple's 10 side doors. Once all players enter a door, the ancient river trial will officially begin. Regional System Announcement. The temple has a total of 2 floors. Players will pass the trial once they conquer both floors. Players who die in the temple will be automatically teleported out of the ancient river's heart. If no player can pass the trial, the last remaining player will be the rookie competition's champion. Regional System Announcement. There is no time limit set for the trial this time. The regional announcements echoed in everyone's minds 3 times, the announcement's content surprising and confusing many of the people present. What's going on? Weren't the finals supposed to be a series of duels? Why did it suddenly change into a trial? 2 floors? Hasn't this temple always had 1 floor only? Did we trigger some kind of hidden event or quest? The players present were both surprised and excited by this unexpected turn of events. Even Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac were not an exception. The ancient river's secret land was incredibly mysterious, and it had existed long before even the ancient river kingdom did. According to rumors, a peerless treasure was hidden inside the ancient river's secret land. Only, even after so many years had passed, nobody had actually found this supposedly peerless treasure. The greatest finding made was only the ancient steel scattered across the secret land's central zone. The only benefits players stood to gain from entering the ancient river's heart were the opportunity to fight against other experts, the incredibly dense mana in the temple, and the drawings on the temple walls. The temple's wall drawings were incredibly magical. If players observed these wall drawings for a long time, not only could they improve their concentration standards, but they could also receive help in improving the completion rate of their mana bodies. Although the wall drawings effects were negligible to high-tiered players, their effects were precious to Tier 4 players. Because of this, the various powers assumed that the wall drawings were the ancient river's secret land's so-called peerless treasure. Now that the temple's rules had suddenly changed, this could be considered a good thing in a certain sense. Past the temple's second floor, Shifeng, on the other hand, got a mild headache when he saw the system notifications. He was 99% certain that the sudden change of the Secret Lands rules had something to do with the 7 Luminaries Codex in his possession. This was because the moment he got teleported to the ancient river's heart, he immediately sensed the dense aura of one of the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragments. He could even pinpoint the fragment's location to the inside of the temple. However, the problem now was that the system had clearly stated that the newly introduced ancient river trial would only begin after all 10 players here had entered the temple. In other words, the trial wasn't targeted at him alone. If someone managed to clear the temple's second floor before him, the 7 Luminaries Codex's fragment would go to them. If he didn't want that to happen, he would have to compete and beat everyone else. What a lucky kid. It seems I can only take care of him afterward, LaRoja thought as she glanced at Shurfong. Then she made her way into one of the temple's side doors. After LaRoja disappeared into the temple, Cross suddenly walked up to Shurfong and patted him on the shoulders before heartily saying, "Little brother Black Flame, while I find it unfortunate that I cannot exchange moves with you this time, I will be waiting for you at the Galaxy Conglomerate's Invitational Competition." After saying so, the undefeated battle maniac walked into a side door with a big smile. Seeing this, the other people outside the temple also quickly entered the temple one after another. In no time, the only ones left outside were Shurfong, Midsummer, and a savage-looking young man. When Midsummer saw this savage-looking young man, a flash of fear appeared in her eyes. Players from other countries might not be familiar with the savage-looking young man, but there was nobody living in the ancient River Kingdom who did not know about him. Saint 3, a once-in-a-century paragon from the Twin Saints Alliance. He was in existence even the ancient River Kingdom's 6 ruling hegemonic powers had to show respect to. Black Flame, you've lucked out this time. Originally, even if Empress Blood Arrow did not make a move, I would have let you know who the true first paragon of Ancient River is. But now it seems that I can only wait until Galaxy's Invitational Competition, Saint 3 said in an arrogant tone to Shurfong. Use this extra time to find a way to improve. I don't wish to see you getting disqualified in the group stage's first round. Otherwise, the entire Starlight Realm will think the Ancient River Kingdom has no talent. After saying so, Saint 3 also entered one of the side doors, disappearing out of Shurfang's and Midsummer's sight. When Midsummer saw Saint 3 was gone, she clicked her tongue and said, "Isn't this guy a little too arrogant? I doubt he even knows about your achievements, Brother Black Flame. If he learned about your achievements, he'd definitely be frightened." Shurfang's achievement of holding back a silver combat puppet and instantly killing nearly 30 experts was something Saint 3 couldn't even hope to replicate. Out of the players who had gotten into the ancient river's heart, the only ones who could possibly surpass Shurfong were Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac. No, he indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant, Shurfong said, shaking his head in response to Midsummer's comment. Then, with a serious look, he continued, "If my guess is correct, the stone spear he carried on his back is most likely a legendary weapon." "What? A legendary weapon? How is this possible?" Midsummer was shocked by this revelation. Legendary weapons and equipment were regarded as guild treasures by the various hegemonic powers. Many Tier 6 experts couldn't even get their hands on a piece of legendary equipment, let alone a legendary weapon. The average hegemonic power would have no more than a handful of people wielding legendary weapons. So, to say that Saint 3 had a legendary weapon was simply absurd. That stone spear might be his personal fortuitous opportunity, Shurfong said. Then, after taking a look at the time, he continued, "Time is almost up, so we should get going as well." There was a 5-minute time limit for them to enter the temple. Anyone who failed to do so would be automatically seen as forfeiting their right to compete, and this definitely wasn't something he wished to do. Midsummer nodded in response and quickly entered one of the two remaining side doors. Temple's first floor hall. After entering through the temple's side doors, everyone seemed to have entered a different space. Although they were in the same temple, they did not appear in the same. Before the 10 challengers could inspect the stadium-sized hall, they entered. 9 familiar figures appeared at the center of their respective halls. These figures belonged to the 9 other people who had entered the ancient river's heart this time. The 9 doppelgangers were a perfect copy of their original, on top of having the same items. The doppelgangers even moved the same way as their originals. The only way everyone could tell that they were going up against fakes rather than the real deal was the diamond-shaped icons hovering above the doppelgangers' heads, an indicator that they were NPCs. I had wanted to teach that Black Flame a lesson, but I guess I can use his doppelganger to test the waters first. After taking a look at an inconspicuous man standing among the 9 doppelgangers, LaRoja immediately drew her bow and sent over 20 arrows flying at the other party. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3270, Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence. Chapter 3270, Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence. Chapter 344, An Even More Troublesome Existence. Along with the appearance of the 9 figures, a system notification quickly followed. System: break the barrier sealing off the pathway to the 2nd floor and enter the temple's 2nd floor while surviving against the 9 doppelgangers. There is no time limit for the trial. You will be automatically teleported out of the ancient river's heart on death. The system notification repeated 3 times for all 10 players in the ancient river's heart. Upon seeing the notification, all 10 participants showed varying reactions. Some carefully observed the 9 doppelgangers before them, while some attacked the doppelgangers into action without hesitation. A minute later, in a certain temple plaza in the ancient river's secret land, currently, a holographic screen was displayed above the plaza, and the screen showed a list of names that everyone was familiar with. However, whether it was the players who remained in the secret land or the people spectating the rookie competition through a live broadcast, they all wore confused expressions on their faces as they looked at the list. What's going on? It hasn't been more than 3 minutes since they entered the ancient river's heart. So why are there 6 people disqualified already? If I remember correctly, the rookie competition's finals were supposed to be a point-based tournament, and every participant had to fight 9 matches before the rankings were decided. So, why are the results out already? When the participants competing for the rookie competition's top 20 positions saw the ranking list suddenly appearing, they couldn't help but grow confused. It was especially so when they saw the paragons who had gotten into the finals get teleported into the plaza with frustrated looks on their faces. The rookie competition's finals this time wasn't just a rare event for ordinary players. It was also a highly anticipated competition for the new generation of geniuses. Many geniuses believed that the finals would be a battle between dragons and tigers, so they were all prepared to spend big money to buy battle videos from participants who had gotten into the finals. Yet, now, before the rookie competition's top 20 participants have been decided, 6 people have already been disqualified from the finals. This situation was completely outside of everyone's expectations. What happened over there? Grave, why did you get disqualified so quickly? Desolate Fury asked, his face colored in surprise and confusion as he looked at a white-robed male oracle who had just been teleported into the plaza. The oracle's name was Slumbering Grave, and he was one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. If compared purely in terms of combat standards, he was superior to even Saint 3. He was also an independent player. Although he wasn't as popular as Saint 3, he was very well received by the ancient River Kingdom's independent players. During the earlier years of his career in God's domain, Desolate Fury had been part of the same adventurer team as Slumbering Grave. Even after he had joined the Purple Melody Alliance, he would often hire Slumbering Grave to help him with special dungeons or quests. So, Desolate Fury had a good understanding of Slumbering Grave's strength. In fact, in Desolate Fury's opinion, Slumbering Grave even had a chance of competing for the top 3 positions. Yet now, Slumbering Grave was among the first 6 players to get disqualified. Moreover, the Oracle was disqualified from the finals in under a minute. The difficulty of the competition this time is simply absurd. Slumbering Grave answered Desolate Fury with a bitter smile. Not only did I have to fight against the doppelgangers of the 9 other participants simultaneously, but those doppelgangers were also perfect copies of their originals. They even have the same combat standards as their originals. There's no way to win against them with those few monsters mixed in. Even gods will probably fall to their joint attack, fighting against the 9 other participants simultaneously. Lightning Chaser was surprised and shocked when he overheard Slumbering Grave's response to Desolate Fury. Then he continued with a shudder. Doesn't that mean you had to go up against Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac together? Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja and the undefeated Battle Maniac Cross were apex individuals of their era. Even if one searched the myriad Forest Empire and the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms, one wouldn't find more than 10 people who could match them in a one-on-one duel. Lightning Chaser couldn't even begin to imagine how anyone was supposed to win against the combination of LaRoja and Cross. Lightning Chaser wasn't the only one shocked by this revelation. Desolate Fury also got goosebumps when he imagined himself facing Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac simultaneously. While there existed people stronger than those 2 individuals in the myriad Forest Empire and its surrounding kingdoms, as far as Desolate Fury knew, not one of these people could win against the 2 should they work together. In fact, it was unlikely that anybody had ever considered the possibility of those 2 people fighting as a group. No, those 2 aren't the problem, Slumbering Grave said, feeling a little exasperated when he saw the responses of Desolate Fury and Lightning Chaser. The real problem is Black Flame. LaRoja and Cross might be incredibly precise in their attacks and timings, but I can still fend off their attacks. But against Black Flame's attacks, I cannot block them at all. My only option is to evade. Yet, as it just so happens, Black Flame can cast a perfect world creation. Under its suppression, I can't even dodge Black Flame's attacks. Black Flame is even more difficult to deal with than Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac. Lightning Chaser gaped in shock. Although he found it astonishing that Black Flame had instantly killed nearly 30 experts in one move previously, such an achievement wasn't anything special when compared to LaRoja's and Cross's past achievements. Yet, now, Slumbering Grave, one of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons, was saying that the combination of those 2 people was easier to deal with than Black Flame. Lightning Chaser couldn't help but feel as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. Ancient River's heart, first floor hall. Damn it, how is his strength above mine? Saint 3 cursed under his breath as he held his spear defensively against the inconspicuous swordsman standing in front of the barrier, a look of confusion on his face. Ever since he acquired the legendary equipment Dark Realm Gauntlets, he thought he would be unrivaled in the strength attribute among Tier 4 players. The Dark Realm Gauntlets provided him with an incredible boost in strength. Moreover, this boost would further improve as his stamina, concentration, and HP decreased. Currently, he had already lost over 2/3 of his HP. He had also depleted a significant portion of his stamina and concentration through the use of various advanced silver combat techniques. When all 3 of these parameters were at 100%, he could block LaRoja's and Cross's attacks with relative ease. Now that his strength was boosted even further, he could already send LaRoja and Cross flying. Yet, When he went up against Shi Feng in this boosted state, he remained thoroughly suppressed. This was simply unbelievable. However, before Saint 3 could catch his breath, Shi Feng raised the eternal ashes he wielded before abruptly swinging it down. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, Saint 3 felt the space around him becoming a prison that trapped his body. Even with a piece of legendary equipment equipped, his movement speed still fell significantly, and he could barely hold his spear up to defend against Shi Feng's attack. He couldn't execute any proper defensive or evasive maneuvers at all. After blocking Shi Feng's attack, Saint 3 couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw his empty HP bar. Despite being a Tier 4 berserker with a piece of legendary equipment, he had lost over 1/4 of his maximum HP after blocking Shi Feng's attack with his weapon. Moreover, that was only because that was all the HP he had left. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.